Recording in progress.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our reconvened, adjourned regular meeting, which began on Monday. And it's 7:02, it's June 23rd. We are ready to start. We are in the middle of agenda item 2 from our beginning of this meeting. And we are in the middle of accepting public comment. Before we get started, I'm going to read a note about how we're going to conduct tonight's meeting. This meeting of the Pacifica Planning Commission will be conducted pursuant to the provisions of Government Code Section 54953 as amended by AB 361, which authorizes teleconference meetings under the Brown Act during certain proclaimed states of emergency. The Governor of California proclaimed a state of emergency related to COVID-19 on March 4th, 2020. This teleconference meeting is necessary so that the city can conduct essential business and is permitted under Government Code Section 54953 in order to protect public health and safety of attendees. Consistent with Government Code Section 54953, this Planning Commission meeting will be held via teleconference only, and there will be no physical location open to the public. Planning commissioners and staff will teleconference into the meeting by audio and/or video. The public can observe the meeting remotely via the Zoom link as the primary means of participation, or via cable channel 26, or live stream broadcasts as alternate methods of viewing the meeting. Participation via the Zoom link will enable the meeting to be observed live and will enable the public to speak during public comment periods. The Zoom link was published in the meeting agenda. Live public comments are being accepted at this meeting. Public comments may be provided live by members of the public utilizing the Zoom link to participate in the meeting. Utilize the raised hand function in the Zoom application on a computer, smartphone, or tablet, or else enter *9 to raise your hand if dialing in by phone. Please ensure your name is correctly entered in your Zoom profile so city staff may properly identify you when it is your turn to speak. Those dialing in by phone will be called to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number as shown in the Zoom interface. And with that said, can we have a roll call just to confirm that we have a quorum?
Yes, good evening, Chair. Chair Berman.
Present.
Commissioner Domerat.
Present.
Commissioner Godwin.
Present.
Vice Chair Hauser.
Present.
All right, thank you. And let's do a salute to the flag. I'll go ahead and lead us. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. And as I mentioned, we are in the middle of receiving public comment. We did receive 3 public comments already on Monday for this agenda item 2. Which I'll go ahead and reread now. So as a reminder, our current agenda item is a continued public hearing, and it's the consideration of Sharp Park specific plan and recommendation to City Council. Recommended CEQA action is find adoption of the Sharp Park specific plan substantially consistent with the general plan update and Sharp Park specific plan final environmental impact report, State Clearinghouse number 20120220046. Recommended action is adopt the attached resolution to recommend City Council approval of the Sharp Park specific plan. And now as we go into our continued public comment, just a reminder, each speaker has 3 minutes. And if we've already heard your comment on Monday, which is when we commenced this meeting, please refrain from raising your hand again.
All right, thank you, Chair Berman. I will get us set up now for public comment. And the first speaker will be Christine Bowles, and I will let you know in just a moment when to proceed. Christine Bowles, please go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. This is Christine Bowles. I sent you an email Monday with my correspondence and questions about the Sharp Park specific plan, and I won't repeat those tonight. Hopefully you had a chance to review them. I would like to go back to the basic question I asked on June 6th as to whether we're wasting our time and precious staff resources on reviewing this document right now. The Coastal Commission has made it very clear that they will not certify the Sharp Park specific plan as currently drafted, as it does not comply with the local coastal plan that they have certified. Until it is certified, we must use the 1980 local coastal plan. Mr. Murdoch complained last week that we've been in the review process with the Coastal Commission for 2 years with no progress, but I wonder if you've actually read the correspondence back and forth between the city and the Coastal Commission. We have no progress because the city continues to refuse to add certain language about climate change adaptation. I asked then Planning Director Wermeister about this impasse in October of last year, and she responded to me on October 15th. I'm just going to quote you from her email. She says, "Hi, Christine. The City Council considered the policy recommendations from the Coastal Commission referenced in item 5 from the CCC staff filing letter during the sea level rise adaptation planning process and preparation of the comprehensive LCLUP update. The council incorporated the feedback from the CCC staff that it felt was appropriate for Pacifica into the certification draft LCLUP approved in February 2020. City staff does not have the authority to agree to further policy changes requested by CCC staff now that the City Council has taken action on the certification draft LCLUP. So staff doesn't have the authority to make changes, and the Coastal Commission has said repeatedly in their letters that they will not approve the draft as submitted. It seems to be up to the City Council to get this process moving again, and so far, for whatever reason, they have not done so. So I wouldn't expect an approval anytime soon. You yourselves last weekend wisely commented on the impossible job planning staff would have to go back and review projects in Sharp Park and the coastal zone to our 1980 general plan. That would mean that the new densities and height limits in the general plan and Sharp Park specific plan cannot be approved right now, as the 1980 plan limits heights to 35 feet. This is such a mixed message that we're sending to developers who are waiting for this plan and ready to start projects here. I fear it also hinders our upcoming housing element update, as Sharp Park is one of the key areas the city is proposing to put our required new 1,892 units. We're very behind in our housing element. I've spoken with representatives of the Housing Leadership Council, and that really should be the focus of your time and staff's time right now. This is not going anywhere. Thank you.
The next speaker is Cindy Abbott. Please go ahead.
I'm Cindy Abbott, a West Sharp Park owner resident of over 25 years. The Sharp Park specific plan cannot be approved as it's inconsistent with the currently approved local coastal land use program. In no less than 8 letters from the Coastal Commission, specific concerns about the coastal zone have still to be adequately addressed by city staff. Of those comment letters, 3 were specific to Sharp Park, noting that the city should thoroughly analyze potential visual impacts of development, specifically calling out the proposed maximum height of up to 55-foot structures. The Coastal Commission recommended a reasonable approach to include visual simulations, height and density alternatives. I've called this out too. And though a small first step has been made through a series of street views along Palmetto Avenue, these views have never been put into the context of the entire specific plan area and the impact to the historical residential area or coastal zone. The Coastal Commission requires the review of the plan based on the approved 1980 plan, and that plan states protection of community scale is to control intensification and protect the unique qualities and contributions of existing neighborhoods. Further, the impact of this future development on the open appearance and character of Pacifica's coastline could be substantial. As I've stated before, West Sharp Park is a highly constrained network of small one-way streets, is designated as a historic area, has for decades been noted to have a lack of parking capacity, and is extremely vulnerable due to already increased storm activity and future sea level rise. The area under study for the Sharp Park specific plan represents less than 3% of the buildable land in the city. To place most of the city's aspiration for economic and housing growth in this small hazardous area disregards a long-standing tenet of the general plan and coastal plan, preservation of community character, and has the potential to place many people in harm's way. Increasing vibrancy in the Sharp Park area is desirable. And as quoted from the Plan Pacifica neighborhood visioning meetings in July 2019, participants recognized the area, describing its existing state as halfway there, noting the opportunity to revitalize and improve the curb appeal to storefronts and create a pedestrian-pleasing streetscape along Palmetto. The quaint, attractive downtowns of Half Moon Bay, Carmel, and Santa Cruz were cited as examples. Building 5-story buildings, even with setbacks, does not fulfill this community vision. Too many of the approaches proposed in the Sharp Park specific plan are in direct conflict with the approved local coastal plan and therefore are not approvable by you tonight. This must be tabled until we have adequate documentation on the impact to quality of life and our unique coastal environment and an approved LCLUP. Thank you.
Next speaker, Sam Casillas. Please go ahead.
Hi. No.
Guys, I'm on. Hi. So can you guys hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. Hi, Plan Commissioners. In the Sharp Park specific plan, the city is proposing to abandon the 35 height limitation throughout the city, including the coastal zone. This is a violation of visual impacts within the Coastal Act, and the Coast Commission will deny increasing heights above 35. So the plan to put housing here is just a moot point. You need to be putting it above strip malls. I don't know why that plan is not in action right now. It's more environmentally safe to do that and more environmentally safe to do it on the other side of the highway. Also, in the LCLUP, a sea level rise adaptation plan will be required that is based on actual SLR data and how it will impact erosion throughout the coastline Pacifica, and particularly crucial to the Beach Boulevard area of Sharp Park. The proposed seawall plan will be deemed deficient due to its impact on the Sharp Park Beach to the south and the bluffs to the north of the seawall. Also within the GJ Maury Point area, there are multiple protected species, wetlands, and isha. The city's plan for a seawall and is neglect of considering impacts of beach degradation that will occur from the new seawall will negatively impact the isha. This plan will be greatly modified in the LCLUP when it comes time for the certification. Yet the city has stopped negotiating with the Coastal Commission for at least a year. According to the Coastal Commission, there are so many changes needed in the LCLUP that certification needs to be finalized prior to approving the Sharp Park specific plan. So the action of the Planning Commission and City Council is a fool's errand. The seawall itself is faulty because it will not withstand the impacts of increased sea level rise due to the climate crisis that continues to worsen. A manage retreat plan will need to be considered instead of the do nothing alternative in the LCLUP so that we do not continue to rely on emergency evacuations and red tagging buildings as a default policy for the city. The current plan to hold the Sharp Park pumping station hostage in order to build a new seawall will be based on the deficient 1980s general plan, and relocating city infrastructure will need to be done in the LCLUP. So tonight, what you guys think you're doing is actually a moot point. We're wasting city resources right now because the Coast Commission has already told the city they need to approve, get the LCLUP certified first. Thank you.
Chair Berman, no other hands are raised at this time.
Okay, maybe I'll give people one more minute and just remind people, if you're calling in by phone, please use *9. Oh, it looks like we have another hand.
Yes, Suzanne Drake, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. In listening to the other speakers, I want to reiterate that, and this is also referencing the prior meetings, this has been ongoing for years and years, and it's time to pull the trigger on this. I don't think everybody's going to be happy with, some things that are missing, or some things that need to be more complete than others, but we've had lots and lots of meetings for years on this. So I want to encourage the Planning Commission and thank the city staff, and let's move forward on this. Thank you.
And there are no other hands raised at this time, Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. Murdoch. I will close the public comment period and bring it back to the commission. Now, I know when we've done quite a few meetings in the past month, and at our last meeting where we reviewed the general plan, I wanted to organize it because it's such a big document. I organized it with questions first, and then we took it chapter by chapter. I still want to do as thorough of a job with this Sharp Park specific plan, but it's not quite as big of a document and it's a little more focused. So I think it might be beneficial for us to take it chapter by chapter, but include our questions within each chapter. But today, luckily it's only 7:19, so we have some time left in the evening, but I don't want us to rush. And I think that's clear from the majority of the public, even the public that is excited for us to provide a recommendation to City Council. I think no one wants us to rush. So I don't intend to rush this evening to necessarily provide a recommendation this evening. But with that said, I think it would be beneficial if anyone has really impactful, large comments that maybe are a change to a figure or whatever it is, that we definitely go through those tonight. And when it gets a little later, we could evaluate kind of timing, and then if we have to continue to a future meeting. So with that said, I think before we do get into chapters, if anyone has general overarching questions, we could ask those right now, but I don't want to spend too much time on those. I do want to start getting into the chapters. Vice Chair Hauser.
Thank you, Chair. I did want to give staff the opportunity to talk a little bit about the LCLUP process, if appropriate. We've gotten a lot of written comment about that too. We heard it during the general plan review. I would love a little bit more insight before we do what Chair Berman just outlined, if possible.
Yes, that sounds good.
Of course. Good evening, Commissioners. Acting Planning Director Christian Murdoch. So as the commissioners and many people in the community are aware, the city is in the midst of what's known as the Plan Pacifica process. And starting in 2019, that's the moniker that we gave to a comprehensive planning process for 3 documents: the general plan, the Sharp Park specific plan, those 2 having been considered most recently by the Planning Commission, and a local coastal land use plan, or LCLUP update. The LCLUP update was the document under Plan Pacifica that the city acted on first out of the 3. And that went through a public process in 2019 and 2020, bringing to fruition earlier drafts that started with the overall general plan update in 2008 and 2009, and incorporating throughout 2018 a really focused sea level rise adaptation planning process. And so whereas the earlier version of the LCLUP lacked some of that technical rigor related to sea level rise adaptation planning, a separate process was undertaken and then folded into the LCLUP. And so when that came through the hearing process, it went through the Planning Commission and then to the City Council in very much the same form as the general plan and the Sharp Park specific plan are currently. The City Council adopted the local coastal land use plan update in February of 2020. And it's helpful to think of the LCLUP somewhat like a general plan specific to just the coastal zone, because it has components that plan for a similar array of issues like coastal resources, land use, hazards, and so forth that are very much complementary to the general plan. But it has a bit of a narrower focus, not only geographically in the coastal zone, but also in terms of the subject matter that it needs to address pursuant to the Coastal Act. And so under the Coastal Act, cities that wish to have coastal development permitting authority, as Pacifica does, need to have their LCLUPs certified by the Coastal Commission. And that's a very involved process, and it's a process that picks up following the city's adoption of the document. And so where we are in that process is that we've gone through a community engagement process, we've gone through a public hearing process, and we have City Council adoption. Since 2020, city staff has been working with Coastal Commission staff, and that's an important point that I want to come back to in just a moment. City staff has been working with Coastal Commission staff to get the city's LCLUP amendment filed and on the process through formal review and hearing by the Coastal Commission itself. The appointed members of the body of the Coastal Commission, who are akin to the City Council in the hierarchy of decision-making. Coastal Commission staff cannot approve or deny the city's LCLUP, just like city staff cannot approve or deny the general plan, for instance. And so we have been working and through a very difficult process, in my opinion, with the Coastal Commission staff to get the document filed. So one of the commenters mentioned there are policy disputes between the city and the Coastal Commission and multiple letters outlining policy preferences by the Coastal Commission staff that in their judgment, would be necessary to get their recommendation of certification to the body of the Coastal Commission. With that said, city staff does not have the authority to amend the policy contained in the LCLUP that the City Council approved in February of 2020. And so while the Coastal Commission staff continues to remind us of those letters that they've sent previously, as the former planning director indicated, the City Council was aware of those letters. They made the policy decision that is appropriate for the city and included that policy in the approved LCLUP. And so now we're in basically an administrative process, haggling over things like mailing labels and responses to comments and documentation of tables of contents and all kinds of administrative minutia that have thus far prevented the city's application from being accepted for filing by the Coastal Commission staff. We are not in a position at this stage of the review to engage in a substantive policy discussion. That has already occurred by the city, and that won't occur again until the document gets a formal recommendation by the Coastal Commission staff onto the Coastal Commission as part of the public hearing process. And that's all that the city has been putting its effort behind to drive towards that process, so that once and for all, the actual Coastal Commission that has decision-making authority can determine what recommendations of their staff they want to accept and what policy positions in the city's LCLUP approved by the City Council that they want to accept, and to generate a formal final recommendation of what changes would be needed to the LCLUP by the city in order for the Coastal Commission to certify the document. And so it's that last part that's missing in this process that I don't know has been properly perceived by people criticizing this process and the city staff's involvement between February of 2020 and present, when we've been attempting to file the document for formal action by the Coastal Commission. So that's what will happen next, hopefully soon, but it hasn't yet happened, and therefore there's no opportunity, legally, procedurally, or substantively for the city to agree to changes to the document that it's submitted to the Coastal Commission.
Okay, that was very comprehensive. I appreciate the level of detail. If we at some point make a recommendation on the specific plan, when does the Coastal Commission have to adopt it as well to make it go live, shall we say?
Yes, they do. So as with any land use policy that the city might wish to undertake in the coastal zone, the Coastal Commission must certify that land use policy as part of the city's local coastal program before it can take effect in the coastal zone. And so, yes, just as the LCLUP needs to be certified by the Coastal Commission, so too does the Sharp Park specific plan. I think it's a somewhat of a false statement to say that the Sharp Park specific plan cannot be adopted by the city. For starters, that would be suggesting that the city couldn't take any action that was inconsistent with the LCLUP that's currently certified. That would mean the city could never change the currently certified LCLUP. Rather, the city must undertake an amendment to the certified LCLUP in order to implement any change. And so I think it's a mischaracterization of the process to say that the city cannot take action on a new plan because it's inconsistent with the 1980 certified LCLUP. So I think the preferred approach from the city's staff's perspective would be to achieve certification of the LCLUP update first, because it is the broader, more overarching document, and then to have a more focused Sharp Park specific plan, local coastal program amendment. However, there's nothing legally or functionally, in my opinion anyways, that would prevent the order being reversed and seeking an amendment to the 1980 LCLUP for the Sharp Park specific plan as a standalone. And perhaps that gets through sooner than the LCLUP update. Functionally, we would prefer to have all of the new policies in the LCLUP first, and then complement those with the Sharp Park specific plan. And we have to make a decision, ultimately, if and when the city council approves this document, the sequence and the level of effort to put into the specific plan certification relative to the ongoing LCLUP certification. But that's more of a judgment call to be made when we understand the timing of the Sharp Park specific plan adoption and the relative status of our LCLUP certification at that point in time.
Thank you. That's all I have, Chair.
Commissioner Domerat.
Has there been, in staff discussion with staff at the Coastal Commission, has there been any discussion on some of the technical aspects of the plan as developed? In other words, are there any showstoppers in there that staff, I know they don't approve it, it has to go to the commissioners, quite familiar with their process. Commissioners don't always follow what their staff tells them to do also. But I'm just trying to get kind of the big picture. The commission staffers have any indication that there's certain pieces of it that they felt that would not be supported at all?
I think there are two areas of concern that come to mind for me, Commissioner Domerat, and I think you made a good point that not always does the Coastal Commission go along with the recommendation of their staff. And that's why it's important for the city to hold true to its policy positions as approved by the City Council at this point in time, until we know with clarity what the Coastal Commission itself makes a determination on in terms of a final action. As far as the Sharp Park specific plan, the two areas that come to mind for me are the visual resource considerations that some of the commenters mentioned. I'm not aware of a conclusion that the plan is inadequate and cannot be certified in that regard. It's not always clear what type of analysis the Coastal Commission wants, and you often don't know that until very late in the process. And so we have taken what we think are reasonable steps to articulate what those potential visual resource impacts are. First, by recognizing that there's no fundamental reconfiguration of the development pattern in the neighborhood. So all of the public views, which are those relevant for consideration in the document for certification, would largely be unchanged because all of the street corridors and public spaces seaward of Beach Boulevard, for instance, would remain in the fashion that they're currently open. And so as a fundamental matter, there's really no drastic change in that sense. Scale of the neighborhood could change, and that is something we need to work through, but there are policies in the specific plan to try to manage that, building step backs, daylight planes, et cetera, that really try to harmonize the need to intensify to achieve the objectives of the plan, and then while also trying to maintain the neighborhood scale and character that makes Sharp Park desirable. I think the other fundamental issue that maybe is more challenging from my perspective is the policy that intensification of land use and subdivisions cannot occur in coastal hazard zones. I don't think fundamentally that's an issue that the city objects to. I think that the issue is with the manner in which those coastal hazard zones are identified. So for instance, along an unarmored coastline, you can imagine and project with a decent amount of sophistication where coastal erosion and sea level rise may occur in 20, 30, 50, 100 years based on the best available science. Where I think there is a policy dispute with the Coastal Commission and the city is that in an area like West Sharp Park, where there is existing shoreline protection that's permitted and that will be there for the foreseeable future under the current structure, and presumably in future replacement shoreline protection structures that the city's studying to protect existing development, the Coastal Commission has not shown itself willing to acknowledge the protection that those structures provide. And therefore, they change the hazard landscape, if you will, and change the area of projected hazard within the planning area. And so from that perspective, the documents that the city has prepared through the process thus far show hazard areas that do not reflect the protection provided by the Beach Boulevard seawall, for example. And so this plan shows intensification in some areas that are within the unprotected shoreline hazard area, but in reality will not be subject to the same coastal hazards as if the Beach Boulevard seawall was not there. So I think that's a potential point of conflict. We are concurrently trying to work that issue through our LCP certification process to update the hazard maps, to incorporate protection provided by existing permitted shoreline protection. So not the entire coastline looks like it's in an unprotected condition and therefore is subject to hazards that in reality it's not subject to.
Commissioner Godwin.
A couple of the questioners had asked or raised concern about the 55-foot building height. At least in my travels, I've seen lots of much taller buildings close to the beach. Christian, do you have any concern about that new height limit? Or are you aware of any facts that would cause that to be seen as aggressive or risky or require major foundation changes to support buildings of that height?
Commissioner Godwin, when you say major foundation changes, do you mean in the structural building sense or foundational policy issues?
Building sense, actual concrete and piers and all that kind of stuff.
Sure. I think the potential exists for larger buildings of that type to need a different foundation system. I'm not aware of any issue from a technical engineering standpoint that would make buildings with 55-foot heights technically infeasible in this planning context. Certainly, it will require the appropriate engineering review, and that would be part of any permitting process for a building permit. As far as the 55-foot height limit, the best assessment I can provide on that is that the concern is because it's different, and it is quite a bit higher than the 35-foot height limit that has been in place in Pacifica for decades that our current LCLUP contemplates. And so fairly and objectively, it is a meaningful change from the current land use framework. And therefore, I think the Coastal Commission reasonably is indicating that visual resource impacts need to be evaluated. And so we're happy to do that. We think we've gone a good ways in doing that with the visual renderings that have been provided, the 3D model that we've prepared, as well as the explanation of how the public views would not be affected by this plan.
That's all I had.
Oh, sorry, Commissioner Godwin, I was just going to add that the visualizations of the height differentials are something that the EIR took a look at. Those visualizations are included in the visual resources chapter.
Yes, I saw that and found that quite adequate. So I was just concerned about, was there an engineering reason? It seemed like there was an assertion by some folks that some of these buildings would not be appropriate for some reason other than visual impact. And my impression is that wasn't an issue, but I just wanted to hear it from you guys. Thank you.
Commissioner Rajiv Bhatia, I may also add that the structural piece of it is actually fairly complex, because if you were to dig pier foundations, which are often required in these settings, somewhat taller buildings actually become more financially feasible than lower buildings because it's not always financially feasible to put in piers just for 1 or 2 story buildings. So, you can't just sort of say that the taller buildings are less safe, so to say, because they're going to be engineered accordingly here in this situation. Yeah.
Yeah, that was my impression as well. It's certainly much more financially feasible to build a taller building with a complex foundation than it is to build a shorter one. So I was a little confused by the public comments and wanted some clarification. All.
Thank you. And Commissioner Godwin, when it's an appropriate time for the commission, we can also show some of the visual analysis information that we've prepared. By and large, the planning area is relatively flat. There are some areas sort of in the southeastern portion of the planning area that have some greater topography. And that presents, I think what's a unique public view that we believe needs to be analyzed with respect to the plan. And that is from the Sharp Park Library, which is a piece of public property with public views that should be analyzed. And so we have prepared exhibits that we can bring up later in the meeting when the commission pleases to show, what we project that the potential impacts would be at the different building heights.
I think that would be great.
Commissioner Domrat.
It's always an interesting challenge to have to balance the environmental concerns, the economic concerns, and the social concerns. So as I think about this and I think about the 55 feet, my mind goes, but it came back real quick, went to Kauai, where the policies there were no buildings higher than the tallest palm tree. And it provides the community a certain different kind of sense. We certainly don't want to see Santa Monica, where I was 2 weeks ago, in Pacifica. So there's always those challenges, and the economics shouldn't always be the main driver. You've really got to balance all three. Certainly the social part, that's the people part of where they live and what kind of setting they want to sit in. So I think that's just a statement. There's no question there, but I guess balancing those three, I would like to hear more about how the decision was made to go 55 feet versus kind of the lower height, and maybe doing something different to increase the economic benefit. So.
Yeah, Commissioner Domra, I think you bring up some great points, and that is the challenge and the task of the Planning Commission to strike that right balance, considering all of these relevant factors. I think there's maybe a mischaracterization of the 55-foot height limit. It's a very small portion of the planning area where height limits up to 55 feet are proposed. It's primarily on Palmetto Avenue from San Jose Avenue South. And the commission and the council, in their guiding policy feedback to the staff, actually concluded areas north of San Jose Avenue, for the most part, should not have building heights above 45 feet. And it's really along that spine of Palmetto Avenue. And I think Ms. Moore can confirm perhaps Francisco Boulevard in parts as well, up to 45 feet. But really, we're trying to activate and use that height to generate density to provide more activity, more feet on the pavement to support the businesses and to get more consistent activity outside of peak weekends and holiday periods so that there's more dynamism and ability to sustain small businesses in the planning area. So you get that sort of continual traffic there to sustain businesses so that they're there not only during the week, but then they become a draw for tourists. And it's sort of a reinforcing cycle. And so that's some of the key sort of policy reasoning. As for the rest of the planning area, we've really strived to set up a set of policies that keep the east-west streets with the smaller scale residential uses at an appropriate scale. And I think there's an opportunity, if the commission wants to drill down into that, to refine that even more. Certainly through the zoning, we'd contemplated perhaps pushing height limits below 35 feet on those east-west streets, and some or all of them, to restore it more to an appropriate historical beachside cottage scale of development. The commission might be familiar with some of the more recent developments on those east-west streets, Santa Rosa and Montecito, for example, actually have ended up being 35 feet or thereabouts and really look and feel, in some respects, out of scale with the neighborhood. unless you were to take it to the extreme and have more of that development to change the community scale. I think the feedback we've heard is we don't want to go that direction, and we want to go the other way, back to the small scale, historical bungalow, beach cottage kind of feel on the east-west residential streets.
And just one clarification to Christian's comments. Heights of 55 feet are permitted in the specific plan along Francisco, just so that there is more visibility from the freeway, as Francisco is one of the gateways.
So it kind of sounds like we're starting to tap into Chapter 3 land use, talking about building heights, but before we get in land use, of course, but before we get to that, I just wanted to do one more double check if there's any high level overarching process related questions. I see shakes of heads, so it sounds like no. Oh, potentially, Commissioner Godwin.
I had one other comment that goes over a couple of chapters. It seemed to me we referred to 2 libraries in Pacifica. Actually, there are 3, because the Skyline College Library is also part of the San Mateo County Library System and is available to anybody in San Mateo to use, as well as ours. So, and we're the only town in the San Mateo of our size or thereabouts that has more than one library branch. So maybe we want to reference Skyline College Library as well and say maybe we don't need 3 libraries in a town this size. We're no longer in the 1960s where families have 1 car and no internet. And there's a lot of other ways to get reference materials in the 21st century than there was in the 20th. Last, and a comment.
Yeah, thank you for the comment, Commissioner Godwin. I think we could incorporate that into the document to describe that context. I think we would do it as such, explaining that nearby, outside the city limits, the Skyline College Library also provides a more robust set of library services as well.
So looks like there's no more overarching questions. So I think we start getting into chapter by chapter, and we could ask questions. It's totally fine if questions span into other chapters as well. I'm not trying to be too prescriptive, just organized. So with that said, let's start with chapter 1 and questions, comments, deliberation, welcome. Commissioner Domerat.
So in one of the mail comments, NAIL comments that came in, there was discussion, actually was, I guess, one of the verbal comments I heard on the YouTube from Monday night about the Sharp Park Golf Course and internment camp. I just want to reflect that we make that change if we verify that that information is correct. So, and I believe it's kind of towards where the current archery range is. That is, and I guess that's part of the parcel of the golf course, but kind of at the extreme end. But anyway, just want to reflect in the notes that we will make that change according to the information provided.
And to quickly add to that, there were comments about the landscape architect for the golf course. I think that would be good to incorporate into chapter 1 as well. Commissioner Domerat, did you have any other questions or comments on chapter 1?
No, I'm good on chapter 1.
Okay.
I appreciate the history. I'm fascinated by the history of wherever I live. So I really got into reading all that. So thank you so much for that. You
picked a really great city to live in then. Vice Chair Hauser.
Thank you. I only had one besides what Commissioner Domerat just said. In the vision statement on sheet 1.5, it references the renovated Civic Center approved by City Council in 2021. And I think it would be super cool to say and started in 2022. So.
Commissioner Godwin.
Yeah, one clarifying comment. The Japanese internment camp was at the end of Rifle Road. That's why Rifle Road was built. And they use a piece of it as a clubhouse today for the archery club. It was not actually on the golf course. So just to be clear.
Thank you, Commissioner Godwin. Vice Chair Hauser? No.
Sorry, I just, my red line was over the Pacifica mural and I didn't see it. So I had one more that I wanted to add in this chapter under the guiding principles. I think it's really important that we have a principle about promoting sustainable design and construction methodologies. We say it throughout the document, but it really should be enforced here from the get-go and set the tone. This is a city that cares about that, and we want to make sure that it gets through this document.
Are there any other comments, questions? Chapter 1. Does everyone pretty much agree with the comments that have been stated? I see some head nods. Looks like we all agree. All right. On to Chapter 2. I will start off a comment or a question on Chapter 2. It is an overarching question that impacts every chapter except for Chapter 1. The specific plan has a lot of mention to Pacifica Beach Park, sorry. Reading something different. There's a lot of mention to Pacifica Beach Park. However, the park is outside of the planning limits in every diagram. So I don't know if that's intentional or unintentional. I mean, there are some policies that talk about improvements to that area. However, that area is not reflected in the plan area.
Yeah, Chair Berman, I'm not sure if that was an intentional mapping decision. Ms. Moore, do you have any perspective on that?
No, it was not. Not intentional.
I think we just tried to align with essentially center lines of the right-of-way for diagramming the planning area. So, I mean, we could make that adjustment potentially to ensure that it is included. But then, you know, we would need some guidance on whether that adjustment should be made anyplace else as well.
Now that I think about it, I think we actually tried to use the boundaries of the priority development area. And that may be why Pacifica Beach Park is not included.
There's a lot of figures and almost every figure has the planning area outline on it. My preference would be to include that park area because it technically is included in the policies and the guidelines in the specific plan. That's my comment. I would like that incorporated. I fully understand that that is a huge ask. Is that feasible for staff to incorporate?
Ms. Moore, I think you direct the GIS technical assistance that we have. Do you think that's a feasible change to the?
Yeah, I think we can accommodate that. It would just be a matter of changing the base map and re-PDFing.
Okay, thank you. That's my only comment for Chapter 2. Vice Chair Hauser.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll send a red line like I did for the general plan. I'll send a red line just so that I don't have to go through all of like the minute changes or, you know, grammar changes or things like that. But on page 2.7, there's a reference to policies in the 2014 draft general plan. And on page 2.8, it talks about the environmental impact report. And I think both of these paragraphs based on the last few months could stand to be updated just to reflect where we're at currently. So those were my only material comments in this chapter.
Any other comments or questions? Chapter 2. Commissioner Domrat.
Just a quick question on the boundaries themselves. I keep looking for information that shows why kind of north of the Eureka Square shopping center, some of the blocks are split like right down the middle, kind of near the Paloma and Carmel area. And why a decision to split the block like that? That's just a question. And the other one, an alternative to marking out, since it appears in all the charts that the Sharp Park, Pacifica Beach Park, if you just outline maybe that the green areas are part of the Pacifica Beach Park, that might be good too, rather than putting lines in, just have a legend says all green areas. Well, then Sharp Park Golf Course is also green, so that won't work. Never mind. Move the line over. But I was just curious as to why that upper block is split. I guess 1/3 of the block is in the plan and the other 2/3 are out. Well, how was that decision made? Why not take that whole block and the other block or leave them out?
Yeah, it's a great question, Commissioner Domrat. So it was a judgment call when we were scoping out and defining the planning area. I think the key decision that led in that direction was the desire to pull in some of the density from the East Sharp Park area. The apartments, for example, off of Talbot, to help support our application for priority development area designation. And so in doing that, we sort of had this issue of a discontiguous planning area. And so we sought to also bring it around for the activated, street corridor of Oceana Boulevard, for example. There are a number of commercial properties along that segment of Oceana between Eureka Square and Paloma. And so it seemed logical to us to bring those in to the fold and sort of have that cohesive, pedestrian corridor coming around Paloma, down Oceana, Eureka Square, and then back across the pedestrian bridge, for example. Beyond that, we didn't want to push the planning area too far into East Sharp Park, into those areas that were not commercial or multifamily dominant, so that we didn't, begin to propose changes to the core residential neighborhood in the area. So, it could have gone more or less in that direction, but that's the reason that we drew the line there.
Jumping back to my planning area limits comment, just to potentially help guide the update, would it make sense to take the planning limit from Beach Boulevard and just move it to the outline of the green beach? I'm looking at figure 2.2-2. Is there any concern with including the entire beach?
I think my initial reaction is that that gets more complicated, primarily like north of the pier. The issue is we want to have the planning area, wherever that is, be above mean high tide line. That's the area in which the city can have permitting jurisdiction under the Coastal Act. Below the mean high tide line, those are public trust lands and the domain of the Coastal Commission exclusively. So, looping it out or pushing the line out to encompass the land area of Pacifica Beach Park, I think is pretty straightforward. Going beyond, where the railings are and the seawalls, I think would get a little sketchy and perhaps set up some conflict with the Coastal Commission in their review of the plan.
That sounds totally fine. Yeah, just including the Pacifica Beach Park area would be my comment. Any other questions, comments for chapter 2? All right, is everyone happy with the discussion? Okay, looks like everyone's happy. Awesome. On to chapter 3, here we go. All right. Who wants to lead us off? Questions, comments? Vice Chair Hauser.
I have a lot of questions and a lot of comments on this chapter, as well as chapter 5. And so if someone has several comments and they'd like to go first, I would be happy to yield. Okay, I'm gonna keep talking.
I have a few comments, but I know this is your bread and butter, Vice Chair Hauser, so I prefer that you go first. And if there's anything hanging out, I'll follow.
Okay. So I'm going to go chronologically. So this is going to kind of range from easy to bigger questions that I think need some conversation. So on page 3-5, under Palmetto Avenue serves as Shark Park's vibrant spine, a mixed-use corridor with new housing opportunities. I think that should say new commercial and housing opportunities. We have created these two kind of vibrant mixed-use designations. And so I think there needs to be a little bit more attention to commercial throughout this document. Which brings me to kind of one of my bigger questions here, which is Eureka Square, which starts on 3.6 and comes through a whole bunch of different policies. The way this is currently shown in the land use diagram, I think is appropriate. It matches the general plan we recommended. It's this mixed use designation. The way it's written, I don't see any sort of guideline or development standard that would necessitate commercial in this area. And I think that is because we made a decision on the general plan to do FARs and minimum FARs later through zoning. I don't think that's appropriate in the specific plan area. I think here we're already talking about setbacks, height limits, daylight lines, lot coverage ratios, and this is a place where we need to understand FAR. So in an attempt to not have Eureka Square be just 250 housing units, I think we're going to need to define what we actually want to see here. So that's my first kind of conceptual thought. My second thought on this matter is I'd like to understand what the current FAR there is, how much current commercial space we have, and then maybe we could analyze this a little bit more.
I don't know what that figure is immediately offhand. Ms. Moore, do you have that figure handy?
I don't, unfortunately.
My best guess is it's close to a 0.3 or 0.35 max would be my guess, given that the configuration and the way the parking sits out there. But this is a guess based on the development typology out there. Yeah.
I can look it up.
Just a second, I can outline it to get maybe a better crude estimate, and then Ms. Moore, if you want to look at whatever references you have.
And I'm happy to keep going if you want to come back to this. Okay, I'm seeing Ms. Moore nod her head. So then we get to the next page, 3.3 land use designations. And we've defined floor area ratio on net site area, but we need to match this to the general plan, which defines it as gross site area in the glossary. And that's what we recommended for approval here. So I think we need to absolutely do that. I'm just reading my other notes here. So that happens throughout. So I would cross out and net site area excludes any access corridors or access easements. I mean, we don't even need to define net. The figure that's on this page is fine. It's consistent with any definition of FAR and with the general plan. On page 3-9, we have a table that shows land use densities and FAR ranges. And I think that based on all the comments we gave to this to staff, that there needs to be a true up with where we ended up on the general plan table 4.1. I also think if you go down to footnote 2, it says for all land use designations, density and intensity ranges apply to the developable portions of a site. And so I'm going to, again, reiterate we define this as gross in the general plan, and it needs to be gross here. So I'm going to just kind of continue that thread wherever. And I think, well, I'll reserve my thought for later. On that same page in footnote 3, it says that the following areas shall be excluded from FAR calculations. And all of these seem to be very common exclusions, except the fourth bullet point, active ground floor uses in areas where active ground floor requirements apply as shown in figure 3-3. So I think there are a couple things here. One is this needs to be reworded in a way to make it clear that the thought is ground floor areas in the commercial overlay zone as defined on the graphic would be able to come out. But I guess my bigger question is, why is this coming out? I understand that we want to encourage this, but not counting like a restaurant or a use in the FAR of these designations is something that's a big thing. So I'd like to understand the analysis that went into this and why we're recommending this.
Yeah, I think I could start, and then Ms. Moore and Mr. Bhatia can add on. I think we were trying to view the requirement for active ground floors as not a penalty. In some cases, the owner may not want them and may want other commercial uses, but for the public benefit, including them was important. And so not sort of penalizing, but rather providing a bonus for inclusion of those, I believe was the thought process that we saw in excluding them from the FAR limit. Is there anything to add?
No, Christian, I think you've said it well. I just want to go back to one of the previous comments Commissioner Hauser made. I agree with, reflecting the gross acreage, but I think we should exclude areas that are subject to environmental constraints. That's not something we would want to include. So I just want to clarify that when we clarify that language, if it's a steep slope or a non-developable area, we would not count it as something you could build on, so to say.
And Vice Chair Hauser, that net developable area is a concept in our current LCLUP as well. And I think it's something likely that the Coastal Commission will look for. They don't want hazard areas to be counted towards development and therefore end up with a very disproportionate intensity of development on the balance of the site, for example. So we might want to talk further about that. And if there's a way to get at what your concerns are, but also reflect an anticipated requirement from the Coastal Commission. I think it's a little bit hard to imagine it sort of in the context of Sharp Park. But if you were to think about that net developable area for the northern part of the city, where there's a lot of highly erosive bluffs and limited shoreline protection, that net developable area concept, I think it's a little more understandable. And so I think having that framework in here is what we were hoping to achieve, but we can see if there's a way to refine it.
Well, I think the refining... Yeah, let me say, I see what you're saying. I think the refining could be helpful, but it's not defined. So when I think of developable portions of the site, someone might have an encumbrance, a public utility easement, an access easement, any sort of easement that doesn't affect the actual feel of the site that someone could build around, or someone could be practicing wetland avoidance, which is a really sustainable way of building. I don't want to penalize that person either by then saying, hey, you actually only have half an acre and that dwelling units per acre applies there and you get half of what everybody else does because you did the right thing. So we need to think through what that actually means and then define it with more specificity. Okay. Do you want to go back to Eureka Square or shall I keep going?
Yeah, so Rajiv was right. The estimate is 0.3 for FAR on Eureka.
0.3 for FAR. So let me just... So there's 65,340 square feet of commercial there currently. Is that approximately right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay. So I would personally think that on one of our very few commercial spaces where we really do want to be proponents of true mixed use, I think it's really important to specify that in these areas, we absolutely require commercial ground floors so that we're not having ground floor residential, or we're not having ground floor live work, that we're maintaining this really, relatively small on 5 acres, that we're maintaining approximately like a minimum of, let's say, 60,000 square feet of commercial space on this site. And that doesn't take up, we're allowing up to 2.5 for the FAR here. So I think that as we move this forward, we want to establish, again, minimum FARs. And because this is a specific plan, I think we can be site specific. And I think it's a big enough, Chair Berman, if you'll humor me, I think that's a big enough statement that we may want to talk about it now.
I have some things that I think will be beneficial for me to put my 2 cents into. I agree with you, Vice Chair Hauser. Just a thought, would your concern be, or would the concern be mitigated a bit if we just prohibited horizontal mixed use at this specific site?
I don't want to. So I think that there could be some benefits to horizontal mixed use. Like I think we could get a standalone commercial space, and then we could have ground floor commercial with, like, let's say residential garages on the ground floor, but all of the living spaces would be on floors 2 and above. I think that we should provide some level of flexibility, but still have a minimum commercial requirement here, because as I mentioned before, I don't think it's an appropriate space for 250 houses with no commercial space.
Agreed.
Could you do both and have a minimum FAR of ground floor commercial, but not prohibit horizontal mixed use? Because I think there are site configurations, as you said, that make sense with perhaps a purely residential building. And that's not bad as long as there is a sufficient component of ground floor active commercial to achieve the desired level of activity and types of uses.
Mr. Bastian.
Yeah. So I appreciate this discussion, and I actually have a suggestion. There has been some very recent case law within the last 6 to 8 weeks. What has happened is that under the Housing Accountability Act that the state passed a few years ago, developers are entitled to between 1 and 4 concessions. And now HCD has asserted that doesn't just apply to the development standards, it also applies to use. So a developer can in effect, do, let's say, 20% affordable housing and say, my concession is to not provide the retail, right? And then we have no retail left, as Commissioner Hauser was concerned about. So what I would suggest is we bring down the maximum FAR from 2.5 to 1 or something like that, but save the 1.5 as an incentive on top if the retail is provided. You know what I'm going with this?
Open to that. I would be open to that. And you beat me to my Housing Accountability Act thoughts. By virtue of fulfilling the affordable housing ordinance that Pacifica has, the developer automatically gets 1 concession, and they only have to provide 5% more to qualify for 2 concessions under the state government code. So I think what we need are 3 similar but different policies. Because my understanding is because it's not zoning, it's the specific plan, they can't just waive out of them. So we would want to be able to say, you would need to actually get 3 concessions to do this. And then someone would have to build 100% affordable housing to be able to concede out of some of this stuff. Again, I'm not sure we want to do that. Maybe we want to say you absolutely have to have commercial no matter what. So I think it needs to be, sorry, please.
No, I actually fully agree with you. We're just trying to operationalize it in a manner that would work over here, which is to say we require a certain minimum. We don't say you don't have to put a minimum, but if somebody does manage to waive out of it, they can't get to the max residential density they hope to get, or qualify for that bonus unless they provide the retail. So it would be very difficult for someone to get out of this without providing the retail, so to say, because we as a community want that retail. You just now said you want that retail at the ground level. That's what we desire as a community. So I would split the difference, require the commercial at the ground level, and then go on to say, so let's say you require a minimum, 40,000 square feet of commercial, and if you were to go up to 60 or 65, here is the extra story or extra FAR for you here. It's a real pot of gold, out there at the end. You get to that, and you're getting the extra FAR out there, and you're getting 2 more floors, and it's really meaningful to them, yeah.
Yeah, I want to be very careful and thoughtful about how we do this. So I think we're saying something similar, but the way we get there, I'm thinking of is maybe slightly different. I think we need to have a policy that in this site we have ground floor commercial, that all space needs to have ground floor commercial. I think we also need to have a policy about a minimum commercial FAR requirement. I think we need to have a third policy that would not be appropriate to ground floor residential, but be appropriate to commercial. And I want to add that I think there's a misconception out there commonly that building more density is more economically beneficial to developers, but actually building in a 15 to 30 dwelling units per acre at a type 5 construction is economically more efficient than building at 45 to 50 dwelling units per acre, because then you're in this weird zone, your construction types don't work. So I want to be very careful that we don't end up with the minimum density on the site and no commercial. So I don't know if we're going to solve it here and now, but I think that when we come back, when we see whatever draft comes out of this conversation tonight, that's something that we should go through again.
I like the idea of layering multiple things on it. So it's not, to say that in this area, retail is required. And then at the ground level, no, residential is required. And then this is required and so on. So there are a lot of hoops to go through. And you can't just say, look, I don't need to provide retail here anymore because there's a concession. Well, but wait, there are these other policies in there you still need to abide by, So, yeah, I like that.
I think just one overarching idea that we shouldn't lose sight of is this is a large site as they come in Pacifica, and it's likely to be important for purposes of our housing element. And so we don't want to overly constrain the amount of residential as sort of a backstop against density bonus, as we might be quite likely to need a number of units at this site to achieve our arena.
I wholly concur, and I wanted to state for the record, and I as I was saying this, I wanted to make sure that I stated for the record, I think this is a really great and vibrant mixed-use site that will provide a lot of housing, but it should be the right project and not just the project that makes the most money.
Commissioner Hauser, I do have 2 points to add onto this topic, but then I'll pass it back to you because I'm sure you still have some comments and questions. 1 point just brings us back to page 3-7 regarding the FAR calculations. Just a clarification question. There's mention that access easements are excluded, just to exclude that as an encumbrance, but it doesn't mention that public utility easements are excluded. Typically they are excluded from in other jurisdictions. Can we add, if this is correct for Pacifica and how we want to interpret it, can we add public utility easements to that?
I don't see why we wouldn't be able to consider that, as part of our evaluation of these commission recommendations. We can see if there was any intentionality behind that. None's coming to mind right now.
Okay.
I want to be sure that's consistent with the direction Commissioner Hauser, though, was saying, which is about the gross acres. So, I mean, we would need to establish which direction we are going in. Yeah.
Well, I guess, so the net, if we didn't use the net. Okay.
Chair, I think if we're going to be consistent with the general plan, we've already committed to gross. I personally prefer gross anyway, but
okay,
I think that's fine.
Got it. No. I was looking at this in the context of how it's written, mentioning net, but you're right. If we go with gross, and then the other item, it's more of a comment and acknowledgement. I like where our thoughts are going with Eureka Square. But touching off of something Mr. Murdoch mentioned, this is the largest mixed-use center site that we have in our planning area. And the other mixed-use center sites, most of them are so small that it seems the housing density is going to be the same, whether it's mixed-use neighborhood or mixed-use commercial, because they're all less. Most of them are less than half an acre. Not necessarily looking for an answer to that. It's just an oddity that I see.
So I think Chair Berman, you're onto a good point. I think the issue is mixed-use center, less than a half acre, steps down one level of density. And I think mixed-use neighborhood also does that. So I don't know that they would end up at the same level at being less than a half an acre. But it's something we can maybe look at more as far as what the likely resulting number of units would be and if there's anything to be done about that.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Okay, back to you, Vice Chair.
Okay. Chair, before we move on, do we want to talk at all about this idea that the active ground floor uses in the overlay zone are not counted towards FAR? I actually wasn't sure where I would fall on that, but the incentive is, I'd love to hear everybody's thoughts on that.
I think so. I think the way you're forming your path through this chapter makes sense.
Okay. So going back to 310, again, there's a lot of stuff that needs to be updated to be consistent with general plan changes we made, density, reference to condominiums instead of stacked flats. What Chair Berman just said about lawful non-conforming sites less than 5,000 square feet. Again, all of that specificity from the general plan should fall back into the specific plan. And then I did have one question on the mixed use, just page 3-11. The FAR for non-residential uses there were 32 residential uses per gross acre for the mixed use center anticipated versus 25 in the general plan. I know we do have some other mixed use center sites throughout the city, but I wanted to understand why we thought there was going to be a big distinction here between what we were showing in the general plan.
Ms. Moore, do you have thoughts on the?
Sorry, Commissioner Hauser, can you rephrase your question again?
Sure. For page 3-11, the build out is calculated as 0.35 FAR for non-residential uses and 32 DUA for residential versus 25 for this designation in the general plan. So I'm wondering why the build out, the residential build out changed so substantially.
On 3-11.
It's the last line on that page in the second column.
Right. And do you have a page number for the general plan as well?
I could pull it up pretty quickly if you give me a second here.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing that actually. That's on page 4-9. Correct. It says 0.35 and 25. I wonder if that's a typo, Allison.
I think it's a typo. The build out, we did it all at once, so the same assumption should have been used for all of that. So,
yeah.
Okay.
So we need to correct the typo. We'll correct the typo in the general plan.
That's totally fine. Yeah, and again, I'll send all of these notes through staff when we're done. I just have some. These are just minor. Talked about Eureka Square.
Chair Hauser, just to slip in while we're on page 3-11, talking about consistency with the general plan, I believe the mixed use neighborhood, the FAR language is inconsistent with what the general plan says, because the general plan had, I believe it was an FAR up to 1 on sites greater than or less than 5,000 square feet. And it's not mentioned here. Sorry, let me find the general plan page.
Thank you. Yeah, it was the intent to have all of these designations match the general plan designations and development standards. So we will make sure that they match. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And on the general plan, it's 4-9 is the page. Okay, that's it.
Okay. There's a comment on page 3-16 that more than half of the housing projected for Sharp Park is expected to occur as part of the Eureka Square development. So when we do come back next time, I'd love to understand what that number is. And then getting into policies. So now I'm on 3-17. For I'd like to add a sustainable design policy as a guiding policy that talks about implementing and encouraging solar all-electric development, irrigating with reclaimed water. Those are the two biggest things. Public Works and the city went through such an effort with the state to get Purple Pipe over to Palmetto. It's already feeding the bulb outs. That's something that's talked about once in this document and needs to be talked about a lot more. So I'll give you more comments on that as we get into later chapters. 3-I-3, neighborhood services. I would just get rid of the words for residential development. That should apply to everything, both commercial and residential. 3-I-6. I took what I talked about for a lot of 2 and 3, chapters 2 and 3 in the general plan, and I added it here. So require utility undergrounding consistent with general plan policies. So I added that in there. And then I had a question on 3-I-8. I'd like to understand why 3 bedrooms is desirable. I would understand if we were saying 3+ because maybe that's for larger family sizes. But I don't quite understand the assertion that that's the right house size.
Yes, it's a 3+. The intention was to get at those larger, for larger family sizes. That's correct.
Okay. Then I think that just needs to be clarified to include the plus. And then the last sentence of that same policy is fee reductions. Incentives may include expedited permitting or fee reductions. And I think the question is by whose authority. So if that's something that the Planning Commission or the City Council needs to review, we should say that in here. I think 3-I-12, Palmetto Avenue setbacks, we should also establish a percentage of the frontage that must meet build 2 lines. I think that's consistent with a lot of the future parts of this chapter. I already talked about establishing a minimum commercial FAR. I think we should do that on Francisco and Palmetto as well as Eureka Square. 3-I-13, we're requiring 75% of the first floor spaces that have frontage on Palmetto to be devoted to active uses. And we should require 75% of the frontage to be devoted to active uses. I think it's important that we make that frontage. I don't care if it's, 5% of the frontage and then everything is in back. I added requiring commercial uses on the ground floor to a lot of these. I think we should specify that we don't want ground floor live work, that we do want true commercial on the ground floor. And then that takes us to 3.5 economic vitality. Chair Berman, I've been talking for a long time. I just want to check in.
I mean, we're only at 8:25 p.m. Please take your time because it's easier for me to follow.
Okay, sorry, I'm rushing because I'm trying to be sensitive to the fact that there's so much.
Well, I have a couple of additional comments that if we're going chronologically, I could slip in. We would have to backtrack a little. I don't believe they conflict with any of the things that you've said, so I'm fine to take them after. What are your thoughts?
I think whatever is easiest for staff.
Ms. Moore and Mr. Murdoch, what's easiest for you?
I think it's fine. Going a bit more slowly would help me keep up with some of the notes of the comments. But referencing the page number and/or policy number, I can go back and plug in my notes, Chair Berman, to align, chronologically, if we'll call it that, with Vice Chair Hauser's comments.
So, you would prefer me to ask my questions now?
I think so, yes. If Vice Chair Hauser was about to move on to section 3.5, it would be good to go over yours while her comments are fresh in our minds.
Okay. Thank you. Well, I guess before I start, Commissioner Godwin or Commissioner Domerat, do you have any items that you want to add? Yeah, Commissioner Domerat.
I'm looking at the chart figure 3.3, and I keep thinking of development in the coastal zone is all about risk and how much risk do you want to bear how much risk can you offset? And when you look at coastal communities and they want to build and add to coastal resilience, showing the intensity of development right in those parcels right along Beach Boulevard kind of doesn't look like the community is thinking about coastal resilience at all. It's kind of overbuilding in those areas that are the most vulnerable or could be the most vulnerable. Even with a structure, the structures are typically built for a 1% event, which in other jargon is the 1 in 100 year event, which doesn't exist. It's a 1% chance that event will happen every 100 years. But there's also lower percentages that you can exceed that. But my point is, you're just showing on this chart, and when Coastal Conservancy and Coastal Commission folks look at that, you would think you'd want to minimize the amount of residential development in that first row of parcels rather than allowing for high density. Now, I realize there's high density there already. But do we really want to do that in the future? I think it would be much more favorable to the Coastal Commission looking at it, that we're looking at doing our part in improving coastal resiliency in our shoreline by showing not necessarily what we call retreat or abandoning the shoreline or whatever, but kind of reducing the risk by minimizing how many people would be affected in those areas. So there's not a real question there other than, I think we need to take that as a consideration.
Thank you, Commissioner Domeret. I think what you described gets somewhat what I was describing earlier, which is that there is a presumption, from the Coastal Commission that intensification of development of land use, dwelling units per acre, et cetera, subdivisions of land should not occur, and in fact cannot occur, in their opinion, in areas of identified hazard. And so I think you're pointing out, the hazard presented by the coastline in those properties that are proximate to the ocean. And so that is something that is a matter of permitting requirements that the city will need to evaluate as part of any development, what that likely hazard is, and would the development need to rely on new shoreline protection during the life of the project. I think where we sort of take a turn in that thought process is in a unique circumstance like West Sharp Park, where there is publicly owned shoreline protection that exists today, it's lawful, and it's likely to exist into the future to protect existing development. And that existing development is publicly owned, being the street, the utilities, et cetera. And so it is a unique situation, and it's one that we've not yet, I think, reached a point of agreement with the Coastal Commission on how to analyze that. The baseline framework in the Coastal Act that they, ascribe to and they work vigorously to implement, to give them credit for that, doesn't account for these types of situations. And it's an unknown, and I think it sort of defies reason to a certain extent to ignore the reality of what's there and what's permitted and what's entitled to ongoing protection under the Coastal Act because it's existing development. And so the feedback from the City Council through that very intensive LUP update process was, in West Sharp Park, we're not going to disinvest. We're not going to push down density of development. We're going to respect the fact that those developments are there and that the Beach Boulevard seawall is there. And so I think that's reflective of the land use pattern that you're seeing in that plan.
Commissioner Godwin.
Yeah, I guess I need a couple clarifications at this point. Our planning period is 20 years, and obviously if you build a new building, it's going to last longer. But the last NOAA study I read said that the sea level rise on the West Coast is largely going to be pretty minimal over the next 50 years in the order of 6 inches, and in the next 20 years, just a few inches. And we have an existing seawall along this area. I guess for Christian, I'm not sure why we're that worried about sea level rise between now and about 2040 when this plan is, the period we're supposed to be focused on. And if you can expand on that, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Godwin. I think you've touched on one of the tensions in this planning process, which is that the plan, it has a horizon of 20 years, whereas, most of, if not all of the projects that are going to be undertaken, effectuating the plan will outlive the planning horizon. And so really we can use this as a 20-year snapshot of what's desired by the community, but we have to realize that those choices made to implement the plan will actually outlive the plan itself. And so I think we need to reconcile those two sets of circumstances. And we are obligated, under our obligations to implement the Coastal Act through our certified local coastal program, to be, to look over a longer time horizon. The economic life of a particular project, for example, commonly cited as 100 years. And so we can't ignore that reality, that long-term reality, simply because of the 20-year horizon. What I think we can reflect is what needs to be the iterative nature of these planning documents and our policies, because the science is evolving. Sea level rise will be progressive over each decade, for instance, and we will know more and more over time what that sea level rise will actually be. And then we can update our plans to reflect that. I think the one of the points of disagreement is the Coastal Commission is looking for the 100-year solution when we're looking at, the reality that we need to take near-term adaptation measures and then continue to refine to the midterm and to the long term. We can't get to that 100-year solution today, given the realities on the ground, given property rights and so forth.
Right. So it seems to me is our main focus is on the next 20 years. And I think it'd be great to put in a statement in here saying is in the future, additional infrastructure is probably going to be required. Mitigation measures might be required, but it's outside the scope of this plan to discuss what we're going to do more than 20 years in the future. And I guess that's what I'm asserting, and be interested if anybody else agrees with me or disagrees.
Sure, Godwin, I think we can try to work up some narrative language that at least touches on that so that it's understood that that was considered and that there is sort of a near-term and a long-term tension. And in this document, we won't solve necessarily all of those 100-year issues, but we can, say that we thought about them. And here's the reason why we're going to take this particular policy approach in this document for the 0 to 20-year timeframe. And something different might need to be there for year 21 through year 40 and an update to the document at some point in the future.
I think that would make it much clearer for me.
I think clarification would be good. I acknowledge that, sure, this is a somewhat short-term planning document, but I think we all know that it could remain in place much longer than we intend, similar to our general plan that's currently 42 years old. So I think clarification would be good, because I think Commissioner Godwin does bring up good points that I think a lot of the public has also alluded to in some comments throughout the past years. I'll start on my questions and comments. Just to let everyone know, I do have smaller comments that I'm going to skip over because I think we will end up maybe looking at a draft plot of what we talk about today, which are the larger items that we kind of feel we want to look at and potentially confirm that they interpret our comment correctly, and then also potentially deliberate more on it if we have to. So I do have more comments, but I'm going to touch on the big ones. So my first one is kind of a general question for the land use chapter, and maybe other commissioners see it a little more clearly than I do. But there's mention when we talk about the mixed uses for commercial, there's mention of terms like community serving, neighborhood serving, visitor serving, and then also community gathering, which I could see as more like open spacey. there isn't much distinction or like clear distinction on what community serving is versus neighborhood serving versus visitor serving. And I know we've talked about it before as a commission, but we're not going to be the ones that read this document and try to determine what type of commercial to put in our mixed use. So first question is, can someone please clarify what's intended between those terms? And then my second question is probably going to be, can we add a table of just examples to help clarify?
Sure. So I think my take on community serving are those uses that are important and attractive to people in the city beyond the Sharp Park neighborhood. Think of like maybe a large retailer. I mean, we don't have them in town, obviously, but like a Target, for example, would be a community serving type of use. Something neighborhood serving would be, like a small market or a bodega that, you go to for immediate needs. It's a frequent sort of stop for you in the neighborhood, but people aren't coming from Park Pacifica to go to that corner store, for example. And then the visitor serving falls in a broad category of uses. It's actually a term of art under the Coastal Act and in our certified LCP. And it includes a list of uses, and they're things that are intended to be of interest to people coming to visit Pacifica. So retail uses, cafes, restaurants, bait and tackle shops, surfboard rentals, those types of uses that would be of particular interest to people from out of town. But they may also be beneficial and interesting to people that live here. So they can also be neighborhood and community serving uses. We are obligated to permit visitor serving uses in commercial areas under our current certified LCP. And so if we were to want to take a different approach with that, that's something we would have to reconcile with the Coastal Commission through the certification process. It's not to say every place has to have visitor serving uses, but there needs to be a strong balance of that for these areas in the coastal zone to ensure that they remain oriented to visitor serving uses.
Okay, thank you. And I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other. I like them all. Is there a way to clarify that a little better in the specific plan? So what I visualized was like a table that said type and then examples as like 2 columns, or even if it's easier, I don't think there's a glossary for this one, but like if there were a glossary, just adding it to the glossary, like for instance, this, and that, just somewhere to kind of find the definition of those.
Certainly, I think we can explore what might make the most sense in the context of the plan and put some clarification on that.
Okay, Commissioner Godwin.
I had one other general comment on this chapter. I know I've read that the U.S. is the most over-retailed country in the world. We have an order of 3 times as many retail square feet as a country like Germany, for instance. And the expectation is over this same 20-year period is we're going to have a lot fewer retail sites. And I guess this is for Allison mainly and somewhat Christian. Have you guys thought about that as a potential problem, a drastic reduction in the amount of retail space in the state or in the town, and how that would impact your plan, or if it would impact it at all?
Yeah, so I'll start by saying, I'm trying to find the language now, but there's language in here to talk about adaptability of some of these commercial uses to allow other uses. I think residential is the specific example, but Ms. Moore, did you want to expand upon that point?
Yeah, I think there are some policies in here about like flexibility of uses, especially like with vacant ground floor. But one thing that I wanted to kind of touch on is that I think a lot of the retail per se that is west of Sharp Park is intended to be like more experiential. And I think that type of retail has done much better than the larger regional retail or like the traditional mall type retail that we're losing. And Rajiv can, if you.
Yeah. So when we use the term retail, I think we mean it in a broader sense. We don't just mean sales. We also mean eating and drinking establishments. That for us, that is actually a big category here in Pacifica. We are also saying things like fitness studios and so on at the ground level. They are part of that broader rubric of uses that we would be looking at the ground level. So it's sales would be like a sort of a minuscule piece. I shouldn't say minuscule, but a smaller piece here, at least along Palmetto and so on, than we would expect dining establishments and maybe, like curious retail and things of that nature, the small scale handicrafts and so on, that I'm not sure to what extent those are affected by Amazon. And I see the commissioner with her hand up.
Commissioner Hauser, do you have something to add to Commissioner Godwin's? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, through the chair, I did want to address that because after a lot of years on the Economic Development Committee, we spent so much time talking about this particular issue. Our sense was that Pacifica is not over-retailed. There's a lot of leakage of people leaving Pacifica to go to Colma, to go to Daly City, to Serramonte or Westlake Shopping Center. And if you look at the generators, the big revenue generators for the city, it's like gasoline taxes, right? There's not a lot that comes from our retail. So I think one of the things that we, one of the things that the Pacifica Economic Development Committee and the city as a whole has been working on for a while is like a Shop Pacifica campaign and how to try to figure out how to get more of this visitor serving commercial in our town so that people stay here. And it's not gasoline taxes that are carrying our city through. So I think it's really important not just to have commercial, but to have the right type of commercial here. And I think that a lot of what this plan did took that into account.
Commissioner Domrat, do you have something to add to this topic?
Yeah, do we have kind of potential targets for the type of retail as we just defined and as Commissioner Hauser was just talking about? We certainly don't want 200 exercise places in this one area. I mean, so you need balance, but is there, and not that we can, I guess there are controls because you control, kind of the number of gun shops and you control the number of pot shops and so forth. But I was just wondering if we can give the public a sense that we are looking at a mixed area and, target of, 40 or 50% of eating establishments, drinking establishments, that kind of thing. Is something like that been developed, or is it in the back of your minds of what we would like to see in this community?
We haven't specified that, and I'd love to see all of the spaces filled first before we get to the point of trying to exclude some, is what I would say. I don't know. I mean, San Francisco controls the number of cafes, for example, and so on. There are some cities that do that. I'd love for us to get to that place where it becomes an issue for us, yeah.
Commissioner Godwin, did you have more to add to the topic?
No, I was just concerned in general about if we're focusing on retail and retail is a declining business, was that an issue? Was that thought about? It sounds like both Commissioner Hauser and the other speakers have said it's been extensively looked at, and that's really all I had.
Yeah, maybe we can use the term, broaden the term retail somehow, because when people say retail, they're thinking sales, in their head. They're not thinking the other categories. So I'm just wondering if it's partly like a communications issue, that the wording we're using for it. And Allison, if you can think of something, or Christian, for us to broaden that a little bit. Well, maybe
term I've heard was services or personal services, and how those are likely to, be much more used in the future versus sales of physical goods, which are likely going to be dominated by the Amazons and other, internet retailers.
even the term commercial is broader than retail, I think. So that's, yeah, I'd see a thumbs up for that. And then you can go on to define that commercial includes retail sales, personal services. You can just go on to define as to what that means, but the term commercial itself seems broader to me than just retail, yeah.
And I'll just add too that I think that table that Chair Berman suggested could kind of help to clarify what types of commercial uses, like community serving, neighborhood serving, visitor serving, what we kind of envision. And then I think a lot of the implementing policies are written in such a way that they try to speak to desire for smaller businesses that, people find so charming along Palmetto, like accommodating smaller uses, so that finer grained type retail, the pop-up activities and kiosks, trying to speak to more of that placemaking aspect too. So I hope that those kind of communicate the type of commercial experience that we want people to have in Sharp Park.
Chair Berman, I wanted to follow up on my earlier statement. The policy I was referring to is 3-G-8. Flexible use. Ensure that development is designed to accommodate flexible uses that can accommodate a pivot in business type to residential as economies evolve. Hearing some of the other concern about keeping a strong commercial base, maybe that policy needs a little bit of work, but it's trying to get to the point of, uses change. Perhaps there's a downtrend in traditional, retail for as far as purchases of tangible goods. But the spaces should be flexible so that they can evolve over time. And then I also just want to remind the commission that this isn't the last document that will implement the plan. There will be a zoning process that can allow the commission to put yet another finer grain on the types of uses and where within the commercial areas they may be allowed to go.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate that, Mr. Murdoch. I think keeping things flexible, but giving the right guidance. But then also we don't want to back ourselves in the corner when it comes to zoning ordinance where we can't determine certain zoning because there's a specific plan that's adopted that says we can't. So I think that's a balance that we have to keep in mind as we go through this specific plan document. So I'm going to move on to my next comment and set of questions. It's going to be regarding figures 3-2 and 3-3. So the existing land use and the proposed land use. I noticed for the 2212 Beach Boulevard site that the proposed land use shows that the development will encompass the right-of-way, the parking. I think the parking area in front of the Beach Boulevard site where Council Chambers is, I think that's public right-of-way, but correct me if I'm wrong. I'm wondering, is it intended that the development will vacate right-of-way and then make it a part of the development? Is that correct? So right-of-way is going to be vacated and then be accepted into the development?
I am not aware of an intentional decision to do that. And so it might be a mapping issue of that parcel. Ms. Moore, do you have a recollection of why that mixed-use center may have extended into the public right-of-way in that location?
I'm not totally sure. It may have been a mapping error, but if it were, the developer would have to replace that parking on at least a one-to-one basis, right? Because that's what parking.
Yeah, I want to call it out because vacating right away, I'm sure everyone here knows, is kind of a big deal. I mean, it comes often with cost, and if we're going off of the land use diagrams, that's what it's saying. It's saying to vacate right away. So sure, it could be like an AutoCAD error, but I just want to make sure that it's seen. Yeah.
Chair Berman, so this is an aerial photo, and this is the 2212 Beach Boulevard parcel that's highlighted. Just one possible explanation is if you look at the existing built pattern here, the public parking actually does extend some ways into the right-of-way. And so that mapping choice could have been reflective of trying to ensure that the existing project area, if you will, remains the project area and gives the flexibility and land area to preserve those parking spaces. There is a policy calling for that as part of the redevelopment of that site. And so the actual built Beach Boulevard is much narrower than the allowable public right-of-way or available public right-of-way.
Is it something that should be clarified? I mean, I don't plan on being the developer, so I don't care, but I feel like it should be addressed.
I think we can consider, whether a footnote or some descriptive narrative would be important. I think it's one of the few instances I've come across where that seems to be the case in the map. And so, yeah, I think we can consider how to address that.
Yeah, clarification on it. Then my other comment on these figures is, and I think we received a public comment on it before, the Pacifica Resource Center on Palmetto is currently shown as, at least in the proposed land use diagram, as MUC. Is it intended to be MUC, or is it going to be public and semi-public? Because I think there's a diagram later in the specific plan that actually classifies it as public.
Yeah, I'll need a minute to consult the land use designations.
Sure. Yeah, and the one where it shows it as public is figure 6-1. Or I guess it doesn't, it calls it a community facility. I'm sorry. So I guess it doesn't identify it as public.
Yeah, I think, I'm a little bit torn by that. Certainly, I respect and acknowledge the importance of the Pacifica Resource Center. It is also a very important corner location. And so I think one idea that comes to mind is perhaps creating a site-specific policy for that so that we can create clarification in the specific plan that community-oriented use would be allowed to remain in any future redevelopment of the site, but not sacrifice all of the other benefits that could come, for that revitalization aspect with the mixed-use designation.
Yes. Yeah, I would very much like that, a site-specific policy for the Pacifica Resource Center. That's all well, we'll probably talk about the diagrams again later, but for now, that's all my comments on the diagrams. Moving on to table 3-2, I believe Commissioner Hauser mentioned this, but I'm just going to reiterate it if she didn't. The column on the right stating non-residential intensity FAR, I think it would be sufficient just to call it FAR. I don't know if anyone else would agree with that.
Where are you, Chair Berman?
Table 3-2, the column on the right where it's called non-residential intensity FAR, and then the footnote 2 says including both residential and non-residential uses. So I think that column should just be FAR. So the footnote says for mixed use designations, the following maximum total FAR, including both residential and non-residential uses, is established. Or am I don't know, Vice Chair Hauser, help me out here.
Yeah, so I think if we're going to be consistent with the general plan, the way it's noted now, Chair, is correct. I think the density range is not matching what's in the general plan, but the note, footnote 2, MUN 2.0 FAR maximum versus the 1.0 of non-residential, and then the 2.5. I see what you're saying because the 2.5 is the same, but I think for MUN, there actually is a difference, and that does match the general plan.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for double checking me on that.
Chair Berman, I wonder if we could spend a minute to just understand why the mixed-use center non-residential maximum FAR is 2.5, and then in footnote 2, the maximum combined residential and non-residential is also 2.5.
Sure.
So, Ms. Moore, do you have thoughts on that? Is that consistent in your mind?
Let me open up the general plan. Again, all of these designations in the Sharp Park specific plan should match what's in the general plan, and we'll make sure to reconcile that.
I guess the point I'm trying to make, I think on its surface, it suggests, how could you have 2.5 FAR maximum non-residential and then have no FAR remaining for residential use? Maybe there's a good explanation, but I think it's not obvious on its face.
If I may, Mr. Murdoch, it may have something to do with the fact that it was originally contemplated to be up to 15 dwelling units per acre. So the idea that we could have 100% commercial, but then that was made consistent with this last round of general plan comments to be 30 to 50 and not up to 50. So I think whereas it may have made sense before, it may not make sense now.
Yeah, I think you might be right, Vice Chair Hauser. And so perhaps it's an adjustment to reduce the maximum amount of non-residential FAR to ensure that the minimum number of dwelling units could be achieved. But I think that's one we'll have to circle back to after Ms. Moore looks at her notes.
While Ms. Moore's looking, I have a simple one, and maybe it's a question, but in the same table under public and community uses, there's utilities, there's beach and commuter parking, and there's conservation. And this is a column for land use, but we don't have those land use designations in the specific plan. Should those be removed?
Yes, we should remove any land uses that aren't actually shown in the specific plan. And just
I'm sorry, Allison, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to confirm that that does match what's in the general plan for mixed use center.
The 2.5?
Yeah, that's correct.
So there is a park land use designation in the planning area.
I didn't say the P.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Didn't say the P. The U, the BCP, and the C.
Sure. I mean, I think it's reasonable to remove them. I think in particular, the conservation might be one we want to keep. As the shoreline evolves, there are areas that may be appropriate to designate as conservation. And I think sort of in that same thought process, not having the ability to designate such areas, in those other designations might be a handicap, but certainly it would require a future amendment and they could be added back in at that time. So I could go either way, and it sounds like maybe cleaning it up for clarity would be the preferred approach.
I'm sorry, just to clarify the difference between the 2.5 maximum versus the 2.5 non-residential. That's because the mixed use center could develop as 100% commercial for an FAR of 2.5, or some portion of it less than the 2.5, but that would allow some housing on top of it, provided that all of that FAR was 2.5.
Yeah, and Ms. Moore, I think to Vice Chair Hauser's point, that may not be the correct assumption any longer, given that we've put a floor on mixed use center to have a minimum of 30 units per acre. And so it would seem that a maximum non-residential FAR that coincides with the maximum combined FAR might not be the appropriate set of standards any longer. I don't know what the split should be, as I sit here right now, but it would seem that they should not be the same any longer.
And Mr. Murdoch, jumping back to the land uses, sorry, Deepa, this is probably going to be so confusing in the minutes. I don't have a preference either. Maybe for clarity, just remove the ones that aren't used. I don't know.
Chair Berman, I think that's probably what I would recommend at this point in time. I think it's potentially confusing if there's a land use reference and you think, oh, it must be out there somewhere, and you're hunting for it and you can't find it. So
really small lot.
We should probably scrub the map and make sure that only the featured land uses are shown.
Okay. Shall I move on? Okay, I'm moving on. So I guess on that note, for the beach and commuter parking, which is not a land use designation in the Struck Park specific plan, on page 3-12, there's a description of it that is also a bit confusing because it describes locations that are not in the specific plan area, like on Crespi. So my recommendation would be to remove that paragraph. Okay. Then this is a minor thing, but the policies are misnumbered. Let me find them. So 3I14, there's 3 of them. Those ones are misnumbered. And then 3I17 are misnumbered, and 3G8. And then that's, so now I'm back at the same spot that Commissioner Hauser ended at.
All right, I only have a couple left and I will go slower. So 3-I-25 on that next page, 3-21, is accommodating smaller uses. I think we need to say accommodating flexible and smaller uses. And I think that coincides with what Mr. Murdoch was referring to. There's another policy, but I don't think we want to limit it to smaller uses. 3-I-27 on the same page, which is first floor design. I think we want to add the word commercial. So to accommodate a range of first floor commercial uses, that a variety of uses may occupy the space. And then in affordable housing, I have 2. So now I'm on page 3-23. 3-I-35. It says discourage the conversion of older rental apartments to condominiums, which I think makes a lot of sense. But I think the intention here is discourage the conversion of older rental apartments to market rate condominiums. I think that if a below market rate developer wants to provide a for sale housing opportunity to deed restricted families, we should not restrict that. 3-I-39, North Palmetto density and height. This was a question I had, and this kind of feeds back into what Chair Berman had asked about having a lot of having both MU1 and MUC being the same in a lot of ways. I want to understand why we're using MUC, but why we have the MU1 density above North San. Like, I'm all for this. I just want to understand the thought process of limiting the height from 55 to 45 and the acreage or the dwelling units per acre from 16 to 26. Sorry, down to 16 to 26. Can someone just speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, so when we were doing the existing density mapping, we found that a lot of the sites north of San Jose actually already exceeded the mixed use neighborhood density range. And at the council meeting on November 17th, we had asked, should mixed use center be applied to all of Palmetto? But we only allow projects along northern Palmetto to maximize the potential density above mixed use neighborhood if the projects maximize affordable housing production by exceeding the current inclusionary housing ordinance. So yeah, I think it was an attempt to capture the fact that some of these parcels were already butting up against the bottom of the mixed use center already, but also trying to attempt to capture some more affordable housing in the north as well.
I remember that conversation, and I think doing that is fine. I do think it's going to be confusing for someone who acquires a piece of property or is in contract on a piece of property in this designation, if this is the policy that they need to look to understand their density. So I may add another reference to this under the actual land use descriptions that speaks to density is allowed, just the way we've done for height. In this same policy, the last sentence talks about allowing more or incentivizing affordable housing development. And it speaks to providing incentives for properties or developments that include more affordable housing than required by the current inclusionary housing ordinance. And then it specifies 15% affordable units. I think we're doing ourselves a disservice by presuming what the ordinance is going to say. The ordinance could be flexible. We talked a little bit about the Housing Accountability Act and how aggressive some of these things are getting. And I think that this should just be a straight reference to the ordinance so that if we decide that we want to do what South San Francisco does and go up to 20% required for affordable, that's something that can flex. I also want to bring up something that's kind of on this topic, which is considering that under state law, somebody that provides a certain amount of affordable housing has unlimited waivers and 1 to 4 concessions. Do we still want to do this? And I know that the answer when we looked at this a year ago was yes, but there has been so much change to state law that I just want to revisit it one more time to make sure we're all on the same page.
Commissioner Godwin, do you have I don't know if you raised your hand before, but do you have a comment?
I have sort of a related comment. As we had talked earlier, sometimes building a shorter building is difficult to justify economically. Is there an argument here why we ought to make this 55 feet rather than 45 feet to make this area more developable at reasonable prices? I mean, reasonable cost to potential buyers of these properties.
Well, one of the questions also, I mean, it sort of relates partially to what Commissioner Hauser just said, right? If you provide a 15% affordable housing or whatever the ordinance says, you get one concession, sort of like almost you get a concession, and somebody would want, let's say, one additional floor. So I don't think development is going to stop here because we are requiring 15% or a minimum level of affordable housing. So you will see for affordable housing projects, these heights increased. So the question is ultimately, where will you end up as opposed to, the max is not going to be the max at the end of the day for affordable housing projects is what I'm saying, yeah. And that's just a consideration. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just something to think about, that given the fine-grained development we have, do we really want some buildings to be just popping up? Yeah.
So are you telling me that even though the max is 45 feet, if you build more than 15% affordable housing, the concession you could ask for is increased height? So
right.
You
and,
don't really know what the height of the projects are likely to be in that area?
For affordable projects, and moreover, and this is the case that I was referring to from literally 6 to 8 weeks ago, where cities don't get to choose the concession. It's the developer that chooses the concession that they want, and the cities have to have a finding if they want to deny that concession. So, I mean, it's almost like he can say, a developer, they can say that this is what's going to make the project affordable. And the city cannot say, well, look, what if I reduce your parking that makes it equally, more financially feasible? That's not an argument that flies anymore, because they get to decide what makes their project feasible. So height is at the table, definitely, as one of the features that they may want, if they perceive that to be a limitation, and if you think that a taller project becomes more feasible. So, I mean, in a certain sense, it's great that we'll get affordable housing, but we're already asking for a certain level. So I have a feeling that almost all of these projects may start qualifying for these bonuses pretty quickly. Yeah. I see Commissioner Hauser nodding her head. Yeah.
Understand.
So it's going to be harder than this, yeah, to begin with, even though that's where we were starting. Yeah.
It's the thing that is so interesting about this is that Pacifica currently requires 15% of all units on site to be developed at affordable rates. And the state density bonus law gives density bonus and one concession and unlimited waivers to people who are building 10% moderate, which is way less restrictive than what the city requires. So just by virtue of doing what we already require, people are going to already qualify for this. We're not really incentivizing anything because they're doing it by rote.
That helps me a lot. It makes it much clearer.
Yeah, and there is complexity in Pacifica's codes and laws in the sense that in some instances, you can pay an in lieu fee instead of the actual on-site requirements, and I'm not totally on top of that. Christian may be. And I'm not on top if the state law compels in that case to have you grant a bonus or not, because the state law refers to on-site affordable housing. You want to give somebody a bonus, that's the city's, discretion to do that or not. But I don't know in Pacifica what people are choosing to do. Are they choosing to provide it on site, or there's a greater financial benefit to doing it off, paying an in lieu fee? I don't know. But the bottom line is, because we have a requirement for 15% affordable housing, if you're doing a housing project, which is what we're going to get, a lot of people will qualify for that bonus, and we're going to get taller buildings here.
Thanks a bunch.
So I just want to add, there was earlier an intent in preparing this document to try to extend those policies to projects that were below the state density bonus law threshold of 5 or more units. And so I'm afraid that something may have been lost in the drafting process to clarify that, particularly in relation to this policy that we're talking about, for projects to provide more than the minimum required amount of affordability. Because certainly we were recognizing, given the lot pattern that exists along Palmetto Avenue, for example, very many of these projects are going to be small, even when they're built at these, quote unquote, high density designations. And so I think we wanted to open up some of the optionality for those projects to get bonuses and incentives to build more, to provide affordable housing, because they're also below the city's BMR ordinance threshold of 8 or more units. And so we were trying to provide a policy basis to encourage the provision of formal below market rate housing units for projects where we're not required to provide them, or they're not required to be provided under the city's BMR ordinance threshold. And, sort of B, or number 2, they wouldn't qualify for state density bonus law incentives, which might otherwise encourage them to provide the affordable housing units because they're too small. So it might be that we need to circle back around and tweak and refine some of that language to make it clear what we're doing and why. I think the counterpoint to that is that in some of our preliminary research on that topic, it didn't seem like many communities had that, and those that we found, they perhaps weren't particularly effective. But I don't think that changes the fact that it won't do anything if it's not there, and it doesn't hurt anything to have that policy there to provide the support and under the right conditions, hopefully encourage that formal affordable housing to be constructed.
I mean, my thought is that maybe staff could come back when we review this with some different wording that maybe clarifies what the intent is. Understanding that if you're given bonus density here in this document, and then you're given bonus density again, and you're given a concession on height and unlimited waivers, that we may end up with an 80-foot building that we don't necessarily want. So I think it would be good to take another stab at what this says.
Yeah, and I think perhaps Ms. Sharma can give some initial guidance on that, but I think my preliminary sense is that if we focus that policy on projects that are below state density bonus law, it sort of cuts off that risk, because then we're controlling what the allowable incentives and additional height and density would be, and it wouldn't be subject to those unlimited waivers necessarily, because it's outside the realm of state density bonus law.
I think the confusion I'm having, Mr. Murdoch, is that to be below state density bonus law, you have to have like less than 10% moderate or less than 5%. I can't remember what it is, like less than 5% very low. I mean, it's really low to hit the state density bonus law. So I guess go ahead.
Oh, so all I'm trying to describe is the state density bonus law, to my understanding, and correct me if you believe I'm wrong, kicks in at projects of 5 or more units. So I'm talking about projects with 4 or fewer units, probably in that 3 to 4 range, where we can at least get 1 or 2 to be formal BMR units. So that, again, they're not required to provide BMR units under the city's ordinance currently, because it's 8 or more units. And so we wouldn't get any formal BMR units. And if they came in at 5, 6, or 7, they would be providing a very small number and triggering unlimited concessions potentially under state density bonus law. So this would be for probably 3 or 4 unit projects on those small sites. It may never work, but at least it's some effort to try to get formal below market rate deed restricted or regulatory agreement restricted affordable housing in places where this city hasn't been very effective at generating that housing because of the overall low level of development and the high number of small unit projects that fall below our BMR ordinance. That's the thought process anyways.
Got it. Okay. I think that if that's reworded, that will be more clear. Okay. That was all I had on this chapter, Chair.
Thank you. Sorry not to belabor this discussion, but from my not as expert interpretation, I mean, should the lots on Northern Palmetto then just be MUN? And any existing lot that exceeds the commercial, I mean, it could remain. It's not going to have to change.
Yeah, Chair Berman, I think one thought on that is that there's a policy in this plan to encourage consolidation of lots. And so I think if you have that economic incentive to get to higher densities on larger sites, if you can achieve a half acre and you're in mixed use center and you're north of Palmetto, and you can make the other pieces fall into place in terms of the share of affordable housing, I think we're trying to create that economic incentive, because the site planning tends to get better as the site gets larger, and the constraints and challenges of site planning increase dramatically when the site gets smaller and smaller. So I think that's some of the reasoning. The commission could go either way as it chooses, but that's the reason that it's been prepared, I think, in that sense.
That makes sense. Like if there's a lot merger, if someone bought 2 adjacent lots and merged and developed, that makes sense. Okay. I have just a few more on this chapter. Actually, I have one more, and it's, let's see, sorry. Yeah, actually, sorry, we're going to go back to 3I14, the first two 14s. I am not seeing much of a difference between the neighborhood serving Northern Francisco Boulevard and then the flexible Central Francisco Boulevard. Perhaps the table that we talked about earlier, clarifying what kind of commercial, like the different types of commercial and what the vision is, might help differentiate between these two policies. But I don't know if someone from staff can help. I'm sure there's a difference, but I'm not quite seeing it.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time discussing Francisco Boulevard to see if we could come up with something that allowed it to be differentiated from Palmetto and try to provide a supporting land use component to Palmetto Avenue, keeping Palmetto Avenue being the focus of activity, but having other, perhaps less active ground floor use, dominant uses along Francisco. And so if you're seeing, lack of distinguishing characteristics between the first and second 3I14s, something maybe we need to work on. We were, I think, trying to grapple with the orientation of Francisco to the highway and the visibility that portions of Francisco can provide to show there's something of interest and activity in West Sharp Park. Also recognizing that the northern end currently has a smaller grain and scale of, pretty vibrant neighborhood serving commercial uses, and trying not to discourage them from continuing. And recognizing that in sort of the central portion of Francisco, that maybe allowing ground floor office type uses or these flexible workspaces could provide some, office type use, if you will, that could be supportive of daytime activity on Palmetto Avenue and those commercial uses. That's the thought process that went into those two policies that you referenced. Ms. Moore, would you like to add on to that?
Yeah, could you let me share my screen, Christian, and I can show the slide that we had shown at the city council meeting.
Go ahead.
So this kind of helps to map out what the vision was. Oops, I'm sorry. For each of those areas, like because this was envisioned to be more smaller scale neighborhood serving that we talked about, like with that table, perhaps some office uses on the ground floor there. This section, higher density. I think we were talking about flexible offices, like shared offices, no change. So really just kind of differentiating this northern part here to the middle part.
Okay.
And respecting the predominantly residential character of the southern part of Francisco.
Sure. Yeah, definitely. Okay. I think the table that I talked about earlier would really help clarify things for me. So those are all my big comments on chapter 3. I will have little smaller ones when we probably reconvene in the future. Does any other commissioner have big comments on chapter 3? Does everyone kind of agree, roughly agree with what we discussed? I know there was a lot, and it sounds like staff will be able to prepare like a red line document that we could review before we reconvene again.
That's right, Chair Berman. So, I like the idea of you and Vice Chair Hauser, as you mentioned, providing your list of additional suggested edits to us. I think the advantage it sounds like we might have here in this process is coming back again for another meeting, preparing a red line so that the commissioners and the public can see where those changes have been incorporated. and also allow us to attach your letters to the staff report to provide that greater visibility to the public, to then, perhaps be able to provide some feedback on their take on whether those edits make sense or not. And it would, I think, be a pretty transparent process for the evolution of this plan.
And is it okay if we kind of move on right now and don't necessarily stay on this chapter? Okay.
Well, I think so. All I was suggesting is it would be great to have those list of comments sent to staff after tonight's meeting.
Yeah.
But soon after, so that we can begin working on them, and then also include them in an attachment in a future staff report, assuming there's no final recommendation tonight.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I'm totally fine with that. So moving on to the next chapter, I have a lot of comments on this one. So if any commissioner would want to go before me, that's fine. But before we do that, can we take a short break? Actually, sorry, let me step back. Does anyone have to log off at a certain time tonight? No. Okay. I think I would really like to get through chapter 4, because I think there's items that I personally would like to see a red line version of. I don't have significant comments where I need to see like a plot of it for the rest of the chapters after chapter 4. So question for the rest of the commissioners, are there other chapters where we feel we want to get to them and get comments out so we can see edits from staff in the future? Commissioner Hauser.
I have a lot on chapter 5. I think it's going to be really important to talk about the way the buildings look before we get a draft back. But I would be open to doing the rest of it at future meetings per your recommendation.
Okay, so I think let's try to get through chapter 5 tonight, which may take us till about 11 o'clock. Is that acceptable for the commission? Okay, great. Head nods, thumbs up. Then can we take a short break? Would 5 minutes be sufficient? Okay, looks like 5 minutes. Okay. All right, so let's.
As long as my dog doesn't see a deer this time.
Did that happen last time?
Yeah, that's why I was late. I was chasing the dog, was chasing the deer.
You must be on a wildlife corridor.
Yes, I
am. Okay, let's do 5 minutes, and 9:35 is when we'll come back.
Recording stopped.
All right.
Recording in progress.
All right, we'll start again at Chapter 4, the mobility and parking. Like I said, I do have probably the most comments on this chapter, comments and questions. So if any commissioner wants to go before me, feel free. No takers. All right. So, and then also feel free to chime in whenever I trigger something that warrants discussion. So my first comment overarching for this chapter is, so Sharp Park has a lot of one-way streets, but one-way streets is only acknowledged once in this chapter in a sentence in 4.1. I think it needs to be considered more throughout the chapter, and specifically, I think the one-way streets need to be identified perhaps by symbol in every diagram in the chapter, because I think it's applicable to every figure, even the parking ones, knowing which way you're going to face when you're parking. So that's probably my biggest comment for this chapter. So adding a symbol to the figures, at least, identifying which streets are one way. Similarly, I don't believe there's a diagram that identifies which intersections are stop controlled and what direction. And I know, me personally, I even forget which when I'm driving down Palmetto, I forget which intersection has a stop. And I think a lot of people accidentally blow through stop signs just because they're not expecting them, because they're not regularly spaced necessarily. So I think adding the stop sign locations to at least one of the figures would be beneficial. And if I had to choose figures, I'd recommend figure 4-1. So that's the street network one. Figure 4-2, which is existing sidewalk network, which I think it's helpful to know as a pedestrian walking on the sidewalk which intersections have a stop sign. And then 4-4, which is the bicycle and pedestrian improvements figure. So my next comment is on page 4-8. The description of the bicycle facilities. I mentioned this when we reviewed the general plan. I think this green section is really great, and the descriptions of the bicycle facilities are awesome and so necessary for this chapter. My one comment in this section is for the class 4 separated bikeways, the cycle tracks. The first sentence says, class 4 separated bikeways are on-street bicycle facilities that are physically separated from motor vehicle traffic by a vertical element or barrier. My understanding of class 4 facilities, they don't necessarily have to be on street. And I think there's a lot of benefit to having class 4 facilities that have a landscape strip and a curb separating the street and the cycle track, which could be an opportunity near Clarendon, where there's a segment of cycle track proposed. So I'd like to see on-street removed from that sentence. I don't think it changes the substance of that paragraph. I guess also in this section for the class 3 bike facilities, what does the city of Pacifica consider the minimum width for a shared lane? of bikes and vehicles? Is it 13? There's somewhere where there's 11. I know 13 is most commonly used.
Deputy Director Sam Bautista, who's also the city engineer, is here. Perhaps he can chime in. I don't know the standard.
Good evening, Chair Berman. In terms of typically we like to have a 5-foot bike lane, and then the widest lane that we would have on the street would be 12 feet. So 12 plus 5 would be the maximum of the width of one lane in that direction. So that would be 17, but the narrowest would be a 10-foot lane. So 10 and 5, but there's the bike lanes could also be narrowed, so up to 4. So I think 8 and 4, 12.
So, okay, so for a Shero, 12 would be the minimum.
For a Shero, let me think about this. I don't have my documents on me, but Shero would be 10. And then if there's no parking lane, I think that would be 10, 3, 13, so 12. Yeah, 12 would be the minimum for a Shero. But we want to make sure that there's enough. We want to make sure that there's enough shoulder width on the side, but I would say that 12 would be the minimum.
The reason why I asked is the cross-section for Paloma, it's figure 4-6C. The proposed cross-section has 2 lanes, same direction, so maybe this is a factor. 2 lanes, same direction, each lane is 11 feet. So I guess, is it because they're 2 lanes in the same direction, so you could add them together to be 22? And the reason why I asked this question towards the beginning of my comments, because it will influence some of my comments to come.
Okay,
and I just want to know what Pacifica uses as a standard.
Oh, there we go. Shared lane 11, 11, and 6. For a road right away of 46. Sidewalks.
So, Chair Berman, I think an initial clarification is I don't think there's a contemplation of multiple lanes on Paloma, but others can clarify. I think it was just diagramming the potential uses of the available right-of-way. So, the diagram that shows the vehicles, those are on-street parking locations, but not necessarily.
But in the cross-section, so yeah, figure 4-6C. Yeah, in the Paloma Avenue with shared bike lane, there's shared lane 11 feet, shared lane 11 feet. I interpret that as 2 travel lanes because it's 2 Sheros next to each other going the same direction.
Right. So I interpret the same thing, but I'm just thinking that Paloma is, if I recall correctly, Paloma is a one-way street, right?
Yeah.
If there's parking on each side of the street, that would be a maximum of 8 feet on each side. So 8 and 8 would be 16, and then if you have a lane down the middle, at minimum of say 8, 8, and
before you go further, Sam, the parking is only 6 feet in the cross section. Should it be 8 feet?
Oh, and that's okay. So let me just clarify. Is the left diagram the existing diagram?
I don't know. It's not labeled. I'm guessing.
So when we prepared these diagrams, I think they were intended to be illustrative of potential uses, not to be specific construction level plans. And so there are trade-offs obviously to be made with the existing available right-of-way. And I think, you know, the preference in the plan is for the example with the bicycle facilities provided, given Paloma as Clarendon was identified as an important east to west connection. And so it might be helpful to focus on, you know, the diagram with the shared lane and perhaps even eliminate the one without the bicycle facilities, given the priorities in the plan to include them.
If that's, yeah, I honestly assumed that perhaps that was supposed to be the existing, it was hard to tell, but if it's options, then I think the cross section on the left is not useful and should be removed.
Right. So typically what we say is, you know, the parking area is usually 8 feet. So it would be an 8-foot parking area. And then, you know, if it's a one-way, we look at usually, you know, since this is probably an arterial. If it's an arterial because it's the first street in the Sharp Park area, then that would probably be at least a minimum. I mean, 11 feet is the minimum, but, you know, because of trucks and such, we would probably want it to be 12. So,
yeah, and I think Vice Chair Hauser has something to eagerly add.
I just wanted to clarify, Chair Berman, that I actually do agree with you, and I believe that it is supposed to be existing and proposed. If you look at the diagrams on each, 4-6-B, which is San Jose improvements, actually labels it. It says San Jose Avenue existing, San Jose Avenue proposed. So that was one of my comments, is that you just didn't. It needed the caption to be changed. But
I think so. That's another one of my comments. I think some of the cross sections do need the existing and proposed identified, but I'm kind of getting more so into this cross section doesn't work. So I agree, Deputy Director Bautista. I think for parallel parking, it should be no narrower than 7.5 feet.
Exactly.
So, and then oftentimes sharrows are about 13 feet. I think the cross section as drawn for Paloma may not work.
Touching 28. So they can do 14, so 6. Yeah. So even if the parking was 8 feet on each side, but you would still have enough room for the shared lane. And for sharrows, 14 feet, right?
If you're using the whole right away, you're not, yeah, we would have to use the extra foot or two on the right side.
Correct.
What's the minimum travel lane, Sam, that you said?
So typically, if it's going to be an arterial minimum, because we wanted to try to accommodate the trucks, bare minimum is 11, but we would like to see 12.
Right. So I think we're just handicapped by, you know, the right of way that exists out there. There is nothing we can really do. I mean, I think, and maybe that's all, I mean, all that this diagram, I think, literally says is that put in some, bulbouts between parking spaces and plant some trees, but leave the rest of it alone, right? And if the need be, we should maybe remove the shadows from it because it may send a confusing message to people that there is enough right-of-way for that when there is barely enough right-of-way to even have 2 travel lanes on it, so.
Would an option be, because I think this road, well, I have more comments that kind of intermix with this, but I think it is beneficial to have this road as a sharrow. Would an option be, and I guess it's not even clearly identified as 2 lanes, would an option be to either make this 1 lane or make 1 lane a sharrow of 12 feet and make the other lane just a vehicular lane of 10 or whatever? Commissioner Godwin.
My thought was maybe we could eliminate parking on one side and broaden the travel lanes so you could have some more flexibility.
I was thinking that too when I was looking at this, but I don't think that's a good approach given the homes that are there.
Well, and plus the fact that the trees already literally come up to the asphalt in that street. I walked Paloma. So the problem is that much of the parking, excuse me, out there is already in this island kind of a configuration with trees coming in between it. So I don't know how you would widen it, without removing the trees,
Yeah, Vice Chair Hauser.
So somehow all of my red lines crashed this, and I'm not able to look at the one on Paloma that you're looking at, but I am looking at the one on Clarendon, which has similar issues and is 2-way. So it's not just like a 1-lane possibility. But I will note that we established a 5-foot, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought we established a 5-foot sidewalk requirement, and we're showing 6 here. So if you take the 6-foot sidewalks down to 5, and if you take the travel lanes down to 13, you get your 8-foot parallel parking on both sides. I think we need the parking, especially based on a lot of the development that's proposed and all the analysis that's been done, we need the parking. If we can do sharrows in 12 feet, then great. If we can't, then maybe we have an 11-foot lane on one side and a 13-foot lane on the other with sharrows, and we just designate where the bike paths go more thoroughly. I'm the only person that's talking that's not an engineer. So
I think the latter of that, and the reason being similar to what Mr. Bhatia alluded to, the trees are where they are. So adjusting the sidewalk, and it's not likely that someone's going to develop the whole road. It's going to be like, one small development here, one small development there. So I think we're stuck with the existing curb locations to be realistic. And what we really have to work with is just what's between the curbs or between the existing trees. Commissioner Domerat.
I'm going to change the topic a little bit and just shift over to Beach Boulevard bicycle path, which is listed as an off-street. Is that correct? Is that what? Existing off-street bikeway, I guess, is the sidewalk between the top of the seawall and the street. So is that correct? Yeah. So my concern is, and I saw this just the other day on that road when the weather was nice and there was a lot of pedestrians and there were these electric bikes coming by that were screaming by at 28 miles per hour. I guess I got a safety concern where we have this off road, which is then shared with pedestrians, I guess. Am I correct in that assumption now? And that to me, especially with new technology, and you see a lot of these electric bikes that don't seem to go slower than a pedal bike, they're much faster. So I guess I have a concern with when pedestrians and those type of bikes share that road, it could make for some interesting
I definitely have more comments on that facility as well.
Okay.
Sorry,
but it's just, and I kind of have that same kind of comment for some of the other bike paths. Do we feel we have enough width when you're now getting these bicycle type vehicles that go much faster than we've considered before? I mean, do we need even wider than what we had for safety. It's more the safety issue, but
yeah.
I'll wait till.
Well, I guess just touching on that, my opinion is that the motorized scooters should be using the street and not a class 1 facility that's bikes and peds. But that's probably open for interpretation. Before I get to Commissioner Domerat, I actually have comments on each cross section, and I don't want to necessarily get in the nitty gritty right now, because effectively what I kind of want to do is send the cross sections back and see how they get revised and then review them at that time. So no need, we don't need to figure out Paloma right now, but I want to identify that I don't believe the cross section works as shown. I personally think that it should still be a Shero. So that's my comment, that I think the cross section needs to be reworked for Paloma, in addition to identifying existing on the left, proposed on the right, if that's the intent of the cross sections. Yeah.
Just to put some clarification on that too, is just, in regards to like the parking on that, you might want to consider, the parking width, just so that we can define, especially what was brought up as the trees, as they kind of gone into the right of way. So, we've kind of seen examples where they've kind of bulbed out. So if it would be good to kind of define a width, and then that way we can,
definitely. I think defining a parallel parking width is going to influence all the cross sections in this chapter. My experience is usually 7.5 feet is as narrow as you could go for parallel parking. I'll defer to staff on if that needs to be wider or not.
Great.
Okay, so that's my comment too then, that I believe the parallel parking needs to be widened to at least 7.5 feet. I do have other comments, but I want to let Commissioner Domerat go.
No, I'll go ahead and give my time back.
Are you sure?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Commissioner Godwin?
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback on Commissioner Domerat's comment about the bike paths. There is a state law that limits travel on a pedestrian shared bike path by a powered bike to 20 miles an hour, or actually a pedaled bike. That's routinely violated in at least my experience walking my dog. And there's also a 1 horsepower limit on those bikes, which from what I've observed, they appear to, certainly some people drive much more powerful bikes than that, electric bikes. And we could choose as a city to either lower that speed limit, which is allowed, or we could choose to enforce the existing state law, which we apparently don't do, at least when I've been walking. So that's my comment.
I think that warrants a bit of discussion. I don't believe there's any mention of speed limits for the facilities, the bike facilities in this chapter. Is that something that we may want to add a policy on? Any thoughts?
Sounds good to me.
Create heartburn for staff?
Well, I think when you begin to shift from policy to enforcement strategies, I think you need to bring the enforcement officials into the conversation. So I think on the one hand, having a policy that says, develop appropriate speed limits and, vehicle types for these facilities, that's great. I think specifying speed limits and prescribing enforcement activities, we certainly would want more input from the police department before the commission were to recommend something like that.
Could it be a policy like work with Pacifica or collaborate with Pacifica Police Department to establish an ordinance of maximum speed limits on bicycle and pedestrian facilities?
Yeah, I think something like that strikes the right balance of identifying the policy concern and the preferred, approach to solving it, but leaving the details for a different policy like an ordinance.
Mm-hmm. I think that would be a good policy to add. Commissioner Godwin, would you support a policy like that?
Yes, without a doubt.
Okay. Commissioner Domrat.
I guess we have an opportunity as we start looking at development of shoreline protection in that area to possibly have separate lanes for pedestrian and bicycles so that it's adequately marked of where the bicycles can go, where the pedestrians can walk along that section. Maybe we can even do that now to try to separate those two activities a little bit. So that's just a different kind of option.
Are you specifically talking about Beach Boulevard?
Correct.
So that's one of my comments, and I could bring it up now.
Okay.
There is a policy, or no, give me a second to find it. Table 4-2. Under Beach Boulevard, public realm improvements, it says bring enhancements to the existing trail, including pavement markings to delineate modes, bikes and pedestrians, and lighting. So my interpretation of that statement is that Beach Boulevard is intended to be a greenway that has a separate pedestrian path and then a separate bicycle, probably cycle track. So that's my interpretation of that statement. However, in figure 4-4, Beach Boulevard is identified as an existing off-street bikeway, which I disagree with that. That's another one of my comments. I think Beach Boulevard is a Class 1 facility right now. I'm not exactly sure on the width, if it's a proper width for a Class 1 facility, but I think it caters to both bikes and pedestrians. So in the existing condition, I'm considering it a Class 1 facility, the red line on figure 4-4, but then table 4-2 implies that it wants to be two separate modes adjacent to each other, a sidewalk and then a cycle track. Can staff clarify what the intent is first?
So we had taken improvements as identified in the bicycle and pedestrian master plan into this. I am looking at the bike ped master plan and I'm not seeing delineation. But let me just look in the table to see if there's more information there.
While you're looking, Allison, Commissioner Domrat, did you have more to add?
No, I concur with your assessment that that's how I would read that there would be some kind of future plan that would look at separating that, and probably looking at some kind of physical separation. I know in high use urban beach communities, let's say like Santa Monica, they do have that separation with a little curb, so that there's less chance for anybody veering from one into the other. So it seems to work pretty well. But I read that the same way that it should be handled. We should.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I see discrepancy. Now I'm going to go into what I think would work best for Beach Boulevard. And I personally think a class 1 facility would work best here, because being along the beach and so much east-west movement by bikes and pedestrians, I think putting a cycle track here would potentially be dangerous. And there's a lot of conflict zones, a lot of places where pedestrians will cross. And it's just going to be complicated to design. It's going to be like, you have truncated domes throughout, like wherever there's a pedestrian that needs to walk across a cycle track. So I think the separated modes would be complicated here. And I think a mosey along the beach is better for a class 1 facility that's slower speeds. There's people walking and bikes, going slowly. So I think a class 1 facility belongs here personally, but the table implies that it would be separated modes.
So just looking at the bike ped master plan, there is not a recommendation to change this into separate, like a separate path for bikes. It only includes enhancements, but it's not identified as an actual path on the map. So we can make the clarification that it is not a separated path.
Before committing to that, I definitely want to hear Commissioner Domrat's thoughts, but in my opinion, table 4-2, the public realm improvements row for Beach Boulevard should be clarified. Commissioner Domrat, I guess, could I win you over with my thoughts?
It'll be what it'll be. We'll see. We can always make changes in the future if it becomes an issue, but or if the public indicates there could be issues.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen how it worked in other areas. I think a separate track, if you have enough width. So possibly with the current configuration, you may not have enough, but if we're going to rebuild that area sometime in the future, we may want to consider that. But
okay. I'm going to jump back to my list here. Okay. So I'm going to start getting into figure 4-4. My first question is, the new pedestrian bridge that was built on crossing Highway 1 at San Jose Avenue, is that intended for bikes as well? Does it allow bikes?
I'm not aware of a sign that disallows bikes. I believe this issue came up in discussions at an earlier meeting. I can't put my finger on it, but I think the intent that I recall from that discussion was that bikes were not intended to be rode across that pedestrian bridge, but they could be walked up the ramp and over. That's my recollection, but it's not authoritative.
It's just visually looking at it, especially given the switchbacks and the width, I'm guessing it's not intended to have bikes biking on it, which is a shame. It was just built, if only it were built wide enough to properly accommodate bikes and peds. But regardless, so I wanted to clarify that, because if it did allow, I guess I'm sure people ride their bikes across it. But let's assume that people just walk their bikes across it.
And Chair Berman, I just want to remark that I think that's a leading reason when that was discussed previously, why San Jose Avenue was not proposed for bicycle improvements. It didn't provide a sufficient linkage because of the lack of design intent for that pedestrian overcrossing to have bicycle traffic. The intent is to have them go down to Clarendon or go up to Paloma, and to focus those bicycle improvements on those two east-west streets.
So that is literally my next comment. I strongly think that there should be some bike facility on San Jose. And I think I mentioned this in 2019 when we were looking at it must have been the local coastal land use plan. Even if it's just, I think a Shero is the only thing that could fit there. But I mean, just if someone traced their finger of how someone would bike through Sharp Park, people are going to want to go on San Jose Avenue. And especially if you consider the one-way streets. And there's even a policy that emphasizes the dire need to have the east-west movement for peds and bikes. I think San Jose Avenue is a main corridor for bikers coming from anywhere east of Highway 1 to get to like the core of Palmetto and the pier. I definitely acknowledge that if the pedestrian bridge isn't supposed to allow bikes, that there isn't that perfect connection. But regardless, I still think that it would be appropriate to have a class 3 facility on San Jose. And then likewise, another one of my comments is having a class 3 facility in the eastward direction, because San Jose is westward. So then Santa Rosa, which is in line with Pacifica Pier, should have a Shero headed eastward, in my opinion. I don't know, that's probably one of my main comments in this chapter. What are the commissioner's thoughts? Commissioner Hauser.
Thank you. I looked at this map for a really long time and I didn't think that. And then as soon as you said that, it was like a light bulb moment of like, yeah, of course that makes sense. So I would concur with you. If there's no engineering issue with it, I would imagine that would be a good thing. I mean, the only thing that I would say is that I think this diagram attempts to be consistent with the bicycle master plan document, which does not have those things in there. And I guess my question is there a reason why we couldn't go above and beyond what's in the document from 2020?
I don't see any reason why you couldn't add those improvements. To be more specific, they're not inconsistent with the bicycle and pedestrian master plan. To remove something that is in the bicycle and pedestrian master plan, I think could be problematic. I don't know the full extent of what work and improvements need to go into, adding a class 3 facility like a Shero, if it's as simple as the pavement markings or if there's other design work, and perhaps Deputy Director Bautista could chime in on that. I think just generally speaking, the thought process in identifying these priority areas was to recognize funding is likely to be a constraint. And so prioritizing in the areas that would have the maximum effect, Clarendon and Paloma for east-west pedestrian and bicycle, and San Jose with the pedestrian linkage to the pedestrian overcrossing. But again, if resources are minimally impacted by adding pavement markings, then perhaps it's not an issue.
And to add on to that, I mean, we try to be very consistent with the bicycle and pedestrian master plan, but if it happens to, through any of our observations and if we go out and, inspect and make sure that these streets need either, Sheros, it's something that we can look into. Definitely our goal is to make sure that pedestrians and bicycles are are connecting safely to the destinations in Sharp Park and outside of Sharp Park. So, we do have this OBAG grant that we're looking at, which will, hopefully construct some bicycle and pedestrian improvements through Sharp Park so that we can connect all of our bicyclists and pedestrians safely to all the different destinations. So definitely we would be looking at the different bike lanes, bike facilities throughout the area.
Chair, if I may, can we ask staff to kind of confirm before our next meeting that that's a possibility? And maybe if it does get in here, it gets in here as like a priority. There's a priority 1 and a priority 2, and it's just denoted that it's a priority 2 from a funding standpoint.
Yeah, I think a lot of my comments are going to be sent back with staff and see if it's feasible. My opinion when I was looking at the cross sections is the width is feasible to add a sharrow. So yeah, I think that could settle the point for now. Commissioner Godwin.
Yeah. One thing I didn't see in this chapter that was a little concerning to me is there's companies like Lime that are doing a lot of electric scooter, electric bike rentals. It didn't seem like our plan had accommodated that at this point, or maybe I just missed it. I was wondering, Christian, you could comment on that.
Yeah, Commissioner Godwin, policy 4-I-8 encourages expanded transit access, additional bicycle infrastructure, including bike racks, docked bike rentals, and supportive routes in the pedestrian and bicycle master plan. So maybe it's a bit too subtle, but maybe we could expand that to the other types of transportation options that are emerging, like the scooter rentals and so forth.
Sorry, Christian, policy 4-I-15 does mention scooters as a micro transit option. Is the clarification electric scooters or?
Yeah, that seems to be what's popular.
Gotcha.
Anything else, Commissioner Godwin?
Nope, I'm finished.
Commissioner Hauser?
Chair, I have a couple of comments that are really minor on this graphic since we're on it. Is that okay to go ahead?
Yeah, I have more, but you please go ahead.
Okay, I think we're probably going to say the same thing, but I just, I did see that there were some, I think probably typos that were not intentional, that were trying to be consistent with the bicycle master plan, but weren't. So I think like, for example, Paloma and Brighton are supposed to be a 3B and not a 3. So I would just make sure that we're doing that. I would also add the safe path to school graphic up by Paloma to match the figure 16 of the bicycle master plan. And then this is like a really minor one, but I just don't know why we wouldn't show the crossing enhancement at Paloma and Mirador. I know that it's out of the specific plan area, but if you're going to show the bike paths going out of the area, I think for just consistency, we should show the crossing enhancements too, or delete the bike paths outside of the specific plan area. And that's all I had. Thank you, Chair.
Mm-hmm. I agree with this. To enhance one of your comments, Vice Chair Hauser, they're currently in the proposed bikeways. There's only one line type for class 3 bicycle boulevard. So if it's my take on the description of the facilities, if it's a bicycle boulevard, then it's a class 3B. So it may need to be class 3B, but then my follow-up question is, are there any just class 3s? And that's a question for staff. And just so everyone knows, it looks like class 3B, the boulevard, has traffic calming facilities associated with it. And then the class 3 bike route is just a sharrow with the pavement marking. So my question is every class 3 facility in the Sharp Park specific plan area a class 3B boulevard?
I don't know. I would need some time to refer back to the bicycle and pedestrian master plan on that question.
And so I was looking at the bicycle and pedestrian master plan, and my take was I wanted, like, if we're going to review this chapter in the Sharp Park specific plan, I think it should incorporate enhancements if they build upon the bike and pedestrian master plan. I mean, I don't think there's going to be anything that like starkly conflicts with it. So, I mean, I'd hate to limit, like if the bike and pedestrian master plan just says, these are just class 3 facilities, but then we think that it might be appropriate to make it a boulevard with like a speed bump or whatever it is. I don't want that to hold us back.
Certainly, Chair Berman, I wasn't suggesting that. I understood your question to be seeking clarification of whether they were intended to be that in the bicycle and pedestrian master plan currently. And I would need more time to do that evaluation. I agree, as we talked about earlier, expanding beyond that, those minimum identified in the bicycle and pedestrian master plan is certainly appropriate to consider in this Sharp Park specific plan.
Okay, yeah. So then my comment will just be, if it could just be clarified on this figure, if there's a class 3 facility and then a class 3B facility.
So looking at table 5B in the bicycle and pedestrian master plan, it would appear that the recommendation was for the Sharp Park improvements to become class 3B.
Okay, so perhaps, I think if no one's opposed, I'd like to just add a B to the legend for class 3B. Sure, it's repetitive, bike boulevard, but I think it'll pair better with the page before it. Okay. So my next set of comments, still on the same figure, is the cycle track that is on Francisco Avenue to the south, so near the golf course. So there's a small segment of cycle track, so class 4 facility. And then there's also, if you look at near Pacifica Beach Park, there's a small segment of class 4 facility. I think it would be best, and I'm imagining bikers are going to do this anyways, would be to connect those 2 class 4 facilities and make a continuous cycle track. So if there's already going to be a cycle track south of Lakeside and Laguna, and then there's one just north of Lakeside and Laguna, and I think Lakeside and Laguna are pretty wide right-of-ways. My comment is to connect those cycle tracks. With that would come intersection improvements at Paloma and Clarendon and Laguna and Francisco. That could be another one that staff takes away and studies. But I think that would be extremely beneficial. I mean, it made me a little sad to look at the diagram, and I see so much potential, and there's so many people that bike in this area too. But like, we're just not going the extra mile to just like connect the cycle tracks. Commissioner Domrat.
Yeah, I'd concur with that if the Public Works Department feels there's enough space to do that on that one road to connect the two. So that would be one of these where I think they go away and tell us what can be done. But I see two major areas of usage in all this. One is local use, where the local residents using bicycles will use more of the arterial road, and the visitors, I don't see going up and down many of these arterial roads. They'll stay on the main roads. They're going to go along the beach. They'll connect back to Palmetto and then go further north. But certainly the local residents definitely will be using a lot more of the bike paths, including the pedestrian bridge to get to the major shopping area.
I think so.
So that's that. You know, I don't know, and I don't have a bicycle in the fight. So, but those look like important improvements, especially for residents who kind of need to give up their cars and bike to the market and bike home. So, I'm on your team.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so also in the same area of the diagram, I really do think crossing improvements are necessary, independent of my comment on the cycle track extension. Crossing improvements are necessary at Laguna/Lakeside and Francisco, because right now there's a cycle track that goes north-south, and then if there's anyone that wants to continue on Francisco, or probably more likely they want to bike over to Eureka Square, they need a way to get from that cycle track to a Class 2 bike lane on Francisco, and then to safely move over to Clarendon. So yeah, my comment is to add the symbol for crossing improvements at Laguna and Francisco Avenue. On top of that, the line type for Class 2 bike lane on Francisco Avenue right there, it kind of implies that a Class 2 bike lane is only going to be built southbound. Can staff or Ms. Moore clarify, is that Class 2 bike lane intended to be applied to both sides of Francisco Boulevard or just one?
Sorry, are you talking about Oceana? I'm not seeing Class 2 on Francisco.
So so where the intersection between Clarendon and Francisco is.
Oh, gotcha.
And then just south of that, there's like a short segment of Class 2 bike lane, the yellow dots. It's hugging the southbound side versus in the center of the road, just like all the other locations. What's the intent there?
That's another one where I'd have to look at the bike ped master plan. I can check that for you.
I guess regardless of the bike ped master plan, I think both sides of the street should have the Class 2 bike lane. So I don't know if it's maybe shifting the line type a little bit. Maybe we're getting too much in the nitty gritty, but in order to make this circulation work, there needs to be intersection improvements, no doubt, and then likely Class 2 bike lanes on both sides of the street. Because I think the diagram it really caters to people biking out of Sharp Park, which is really ironic, versus people biking into Sharp Park from the south.
Yeah, I don't know if our maps are meant to be read, in that detailed fashion that there's literally suggesting which side of the road the bikeway is on. I mean, I could be wrong, but we're not showing, for example, 2 dots on, certain roads. So, and in some instances, the bikeways would go in both directions. So that's sort of a different level of detail than I think what this map is supposed to represent.
Okay.
I'm not saying that we cannot or should not have that level of detail. I'm just pointing out that just because that just may be a graphical judgment on part of someone to put it out there so it doesn't mess up with something else. I mean, I'm not sure it's really meant to literally suggest that it's on just the west side, yeah.
Okay, and I didn't want to belabor this item so long as everyone's on the same page that it's not specifically only applying to the southbound side, but it sounds like that's not the case. So, Commissioner Domrat.
So I'm making a note to clarify that once we research that topic a little bit, I don't want to say it 100%. I believe 75%, with confidence that's the case. But once we research it, we can definitely add a note to clarify that it's not meant to be literally taken that way. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just looking into it would be great. Commissioner Domrat.
Yeah, so looking at the area south of Eureka Square Shopping Center and following the dotted lines of the Sharp Park plan, is that by design to have the little purple dots in an area that's outside the plan?
Yep, so I think that we showed some of the routes outside the plan just to show the connectivity from other areas into Sharp Park.
Well, those are proposed, so that's coming out of the bicycle plan or something else, or?
That's correct.
Okay.
Commissioner Hauser.
I was just gonna say, just add the note that, or center the graphic that Chair Berman is saying. As we talk about funding mechanisms for this, I just see a developer who has frontage improvements conditioned on their property going to staff and saying, no, look, you only show it on one side.
I've been that's totally why I saw it. I was like, oh, I only need to build one bike lane.
Yeah, developers are, no, just kidding.
Chair Berman, I think, we sort of skirted around the issue. I think a note on this figure might be helpful to just clarify that where there's a two-way street, the bicycle facilities are intended in both directions.
Yes.
There's some context missing given the number of one-way streets in Sharp Park. And so I think a note could probably address it. To your point, on Palmetto Avenue, there's a single line, but already those facilities are on both sides, right? So yeah. I think the note can just clarify that intent based on the context.
Yes, a note would be great. Okay. So we'll add that note. Two more comments on this figure. The general plan had symbols for changing rooms, they were called, but I think they were effectively restrooms. Can we add those to here, please?
Yep.
Okay. And then lastly, I could see reasons, okay. Is Francisco Avenue supposed to be a class 3 bike facility? Was it looked at to be a class 3 bike facility? I mean, people bike on that.
So what I can say is it's not identified as such in the bicycle and pedestrian master plan.
Okay. I'm not as passionate about making Francisco Boulevard a class 3 bike facility as I am San Jose and Santa Rosa or Salada. But that also looks like somewhere where bikers are just going to use, especially if they don't have San Jose Avenue as a means to get westward. Not that they don't have it, but it's not a bike boulevard. Okay, those are all my comments on figure 4-4. Are there any others while we're on this figure? Okay. All right. So table 4-2 under Oceana Boulevard, there's mention of future improvements. So in the long term, create a shared use path throughout the corridor, improve transit stop at Clarendon and Oceana Avenue. I'm wondering if those need to be depicted on, I guess, figure 4-4. So I'm guessing my interpretation is short-term, Oceana would have a class 2 bike lane facility, both directions, but then long-term, there's a desire to study if there could be a shared use path there. Is that correct? I just worry that this statement doesn't hold any weight with a developer. So someone that would develop Eureka Square, like a big development, I mean, in another jurisdiction, it could be very likely that they have to enhance the bike and pedestrian facilities on Oceana Avenue. And then kind of my question as a city is, do we want them to build a class 2 bike lane or do we want them to build a shared use path?
I think my recollection, Chair Berman, is we may have added this in response to one of your comments earlier in the planning process.
I think so.
I recall you inquiring about that, and I think we explained the complexities of where the Caltrans right-of-way extends into what looks like city right-of-way, and the city's limited control of that area. We can, I think, refine that point further. I don't know if we'll have an answer for you tonight, but understanding that you're desiring perhaps more specificity so that the obligation on a future developer, conceivably perhaps a major redevelopment of Eureka Square, let's say, which has a very long frontage on Oceana Boulevard, might have a clear expectation as to what those facility improvements might be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I would also add that matters like this are typically discussed in ped and bike master plans as opposed to, I don't know, largely a land use planning document like the specific plan, which is not to say we should not get into it. I think what we need to do and make sure in the specific plan is that our connections are correctly drawn, and then we are showing the bikeways and the places where we want them to go. But the engineering of those, in terms of figuring out which side of the street they go on and how it intersects with on-ramps and so on, would be a matter handled by the ped and bike plan. And I'm not sure if that's up or due for renewal at some point, Christian. But I think we want to get the connections correct here. And I do want to ask you another question on a point that you raised a little while ago about the Eureka Shopping Center developing. Is there a desire, and you mentioned you would much rather prefer San Jose Avenue than something else, so the question is, from Talbot down to west across the Ped Bridge, where somebody could walk the bike all the way from San Jose to Beach Boulevard, does that make a sense for a connection for you if the shopping center were to be redeveloped? Because it's further up high, and if memory serves me correct, the land sort of like slopes down from there like that. And then you're coming down and you're going back up slightly, uphill, back to the ped, bridge out there. So it's kind of like a circuitous route for some ped or a bicyclist to follow. And I'm just wondering if the topography allows that or not, or somebody needs to explore that. I don't really know,
Yeah, I guess, Chair Berman, what I would share, from my observation, it seems that you have a great deal more expertise with bicycle routes and planning and so forth. I think from my, observation of figure 4-4, for example, built off of the bicycle and pedestrian master plan, it's trying to reinforce the connections to those bike routes outside of the planning area, northbound on Oceana, eastbound on Paloma through Carmel, similarly from Clarendon down through the East Sharp Park neighborhood. And so I think improving San Jose and Santa Rosa would be reinforcing a new bicycle route and activity that hasn't thus far been contemplated in the bicycle and pedestrian master plan. And so we should just be thoughtful if that's the direction to go and the right place to sort of try to encourage that type of movement.
I guess, and if that's going to be staff's stance, then why is this diagram in here? And why don't we just have a sentence that says refer to bike and pedestrian plan for improvements? I mean, my interpretation is this specific plan is an opportunity for us to really look at all the land use, everything that we're considering here, and then enhancing the bike and pedestrian facilities with it.
I agree with that, and I think there are some differences here compared to the ped and bike plan. Allison, isn't that correct? It's not like a literal one-on-one translation of that. But I think what Christian, you may be suggesting is that if you look at connections, we should also be mindful of where that connection might end. So on San Jose, we don't have a bike lane, along Francisco. So where does it terminate, is the question. Is it just going to run from, Palmetto on to Beach Boulevard, and that's just a block long? I mean, for that block, and it's not the longest of blocks. I mean, I bike, personally, and I'd much rather be, for that segment, be in the middle of the traffic lane and let the cars just go behind me than to be squeezed between a car, and a parking somewhere and be doored, in the process. So I think we are trying to look at the bigger connections here and connect them and make sure they flow through. And we are happy to take direction from you. And, if you as a commission think that we need to put it somewhere, I mean, you are in charge. You tell us and we'll do it for you.
Well, I certainly don't want to be in charge, but I mean, at least for San Jose Avenue, it is going westbound. And I really do think that bikers, I think we want bikers to take that.
So you think it should be between Palmetto and Beach, or go all the way to Francisco? There is no connection at Francisco.
I think it should go all the way to Francisco, because I truly think people are going to walk there. When Eureka Square gets developed, there's got to be more than just a pedestrian.
So they're going to walk their bike to Oceana is what they're going to do, and they're going to connect to the bike to on the other side. That's fine. I understand the logic,
Mm-hmm. I just wanted, because Chair Berman, I think that San Jose connection is predicated on the fact that people will be using the pedestrian overpass on their bikes too. And I was just doing some research, and the ASTO guide for pedestrian facilities does have recommendations for widths of overpasses for pedestrians versus bicyclists. For bicyclists, it says it should be at least 14 feet. For pedestrians, 8 feet. So I'm not sure if that.
Your fear is that somebody's going to just roll down, wherever they can, get on the bike and just roll down at a speed, right? I mean, that's a concern as well. Yeah. I mean, they may not be able to bike up, but in the downward direction, they could do that. Yeah.
Yeah. And that was why one of my first questions when we entered into this chapter was what's allowed on that bike, on that bridge.
You can always walk your bike, right? I mean,
I think people are going to walk their bikes.
Yeah.
The east-west connection of all the way to the north of West Sharp Park and then all the way to the south for bikes just doesn't seem sufficient when so much of the attractions are right at the center of Palmetto.
Could we bring this specific matter back to you at the next meeting with perhaps recommendation by Sam is what I would say, because, he really is the staff person who's more in charge of it, and he could look into it. We know we're coming back to you, and that's from this chapter, that is one item we can cover with you at the next meeting. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be good.
Okay.
Okay. So moving on. I'm trying to just skip the simple ones that we could talk about later. So the cross sections, this is another one where I could probably get into all my comments, but I think staff understands my general comments for all cross sections. I think there needs to be clarification on which section's existing and which is proposed. The parking, if it's agreed upon by Public Works that 6 feet is not sufficient for parallel parking, then that should be amended. In my opinion, 7.5 feet is the minimum width, but happy to make it more. Also, again, just identifying the one way, I think would be helpful in plan view. It's identified in the cross section, which is great. Let's see. And then I think further study on Paloma is needed. Okay. So table 4-3. For the Clarendon bike route improvements, I think it should read, add signage and traffic calming measures to designate Clarendon Road as a class 3B bike route, just to be consistent. So then if it is determined that a Shero can be added to San Jose Avenue, this table could be updated. And then under Paloma Avenue street parking, add signage and or striping. I think that should be an and or, rather than up to the developer if they do striping or signage. Oftentimes both are needed. Okay. And then my last, I have smaller comments, but we could go over them next time. My last kind of larger comment is this specific plan a proper place to add a policy about fair share contributions for parking? Or is it just assumed to be covered in the general plan? I think there was a policy.
Okay. Chair Berman, can you explain more what you mean by fair share contribution for parking?
Yeah, so like with larger developments, let's say not even Eureka Square, or I don't know, a larger development like Eureka Square, if for some reason it's determined that they can't provide the correct amount of parking, that they would provide a monetary contribution to the city.
Understood. So the city council has adopted an in lieu parking fee, which is, I think, a different way of saying what you said with the fair share parking contribution for the Sharp Park specific plan area. So that is already in effect. The city can approve payment of that fee for projects that cannot provide all of the required off-street parking.
Got it. Okay, then that's my last comment. Sorry that took a while. Commissioner Hauser.
Chair, I just wanted to mention that fee that you're talking about is actually already written up on 4-23, and I think it's in here a couple times.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, good.
I think we're okay.
Okay.
I have minor comments that will be in my red line that I send, but I did have a couple that probably don't take much. I'd like on 419 to add a new implementing policy called public realm improvements. And I'd like it to be add new mid-block street trees and bulb outs using reclaimed water for irrigation. It's already discussed like 30 times. We just don't have a policy for it. So let's formalize it in a policy. Sorry, this is a long chapter. That might be it. Oh, 4-27. It says mixed use site parking requirements for both auto parking and bicycle parking shall be the sum of individual uses. I think that's appropriate for bicycle parking, but I think we need to think about shared parking as like a TDM measure for uses that have off hours. It could be at the discretion of the planning commission. But you know, if somebody has a retail shop that's open from like, like most of the coffee shops here, they're open like 9 a.m. till 3 p.m. I don't think that it's, I don't think we should be prohibitive of that. So I don't know if everyone else agrees, but I think we should be able to entertain shared parking. I had a bunch on table 4.4. Lauren, was that yours for the whole chapter or?
Yeah, I have little ones, but we could.
Okay. Then I'll just go through these. Table 4.4, again, get rid of condominiums, add stacked flats. I think that we should have, sorry, my comments are like all over so for the second row, which is the multifamily parking requirements, I think tandem should be allowed. We should specify that. I think that's in keeping with the other rows in here. And I think we should specify if ADUs need to be parked. I think it's also really important to be very clear that no garages off of arterials are allowed and that they're discouraged off of collectors. And I think we need to be very clear on that because the preceding sentence says for multifamily units, parking access limited to 50% of street frontage. And I can't imagine a world in which we would have multifamily, let's call it townhomes, having garages off of the public street. I also think if you go down to the retail store and service establishment parking ratios, the first 2,000 square feet of gross leasable space is exempted. I don't think that makes sense for like 2,000 square feet, like 1,100 square feet is a Phil's Coffee. I can't imagine a Phil's Coffee coming to Pacifica and not having a parking requirement. So I think that this needs to be thought through and maybe it is applicable for larger commercial spaces. If you have like a 10,000 square foot commercial space, maybe the first 2,000 square feet are exempted. But I think there needs to be a little bit more analysis on that because otherwise we're going to run into problems.
Yeah, so Commissioner, that's typically a good policy to include for downtowns. Just taking your example of Phil's Coffee, there is not a way for them to provide one parking space, right? You don't want them to not be able to have that cafe be operational just for one parking space. So typically, it provides a means for really small buildings or really small retail operations to be able to go in and operate and not be excluded just because they cannot find a good way to park one space or it's going to take up half the frontage of the store that we have in order to access the parking. Yeah.
I hear you and I agree with that, especially as we're trying to get these better commercial uses. Right. But I think that it needs to have some nuance because I can also see somebody coming in and saying, well, I don't need any parking for this. And so even if it doesn't make sense, maybe what we can do is say at the discretion of the Planning Commission, up to 2,000 square feet of gross leasable square feet could be exempted from having parking. And that way we keep the policy, but we we provide a little bit of oversight, especially if development.
And you can say for small establishments, the Planning Commission may, where it's not feasible or something like that, because you want the facility, but they physically can't really do it. Yeah. Okay. That's totally good. Yeah.
Vice Chair Hauser, would you be open to considering how, some other formulation might work? For example, we're trying to be business friendly, as Mr. Bhatia mentioned. Using half of the site for one parking space isn't really a great outcome. That space is likely to need to be an accessible space as well. And so not available for use for the majority of the population. It's just not a workable scenario. But the implicit in that is that those parking spaces will be provided in some kind of shared facility elsewhere, perhaps. And, the accumulation of revenue is an important strategy for providing those common spaces. So to strike the right balance, rather than requiring the payment of the full fee, which could be $40,000 or more, which is burdensome, perhaps there's some reduction in the fee that this plan could support to say, pay the fee for that space at 25 or 50%.
Or sometimes what we do is we require them to provide additional bike parking spaces or something of that nature, so their employees can actually avail of a secure, bike facility within the shop, which is easier to provide than to be, like a car space.
I'm open to rewording. What I like about it coming back to the Planning Commission is if the development outpaces the parking and we're in a position where there's just not enough parking, we need some sort of control to make sure it's not exacerbated. I don't know. That's my sense. I don't know if anybody else agrees or disagrees.
Yeah, we actually had a parking survey done, and that was pre-pandemic. Our consultant went out and counted every car in the area. There is, while parking may be tight along Palmetto, there is other parking available during the business hours if people are willing to walk. And the other issue is the parking turnover. There is very little parking turnover, is what they found along Palmetto Avenue, at least at that time. So they had devised a multi-pronged strategy in terms of how to get more parking. The first was to, promote turnover, like you move the car after 2 hours or something like that. Don't just like let it sit there and so on. And I think there is still some room out there before things get really tight. And I think our intent should be to attract more businesses out there first before we really have a tight leash in parking. And that goes back to my previous comment that I made. It may have been Commissioner Goodwin, that I would like us to be in a position, that parking is a really, real bigger issue than it is. And for us to have so many cafes that we want to start limiting them and so on, I'd like to get us to that place. And remember, this is not the policy that's going to be there for 20 years. You as a commission have the full ability to come back 2-3 years later, amend the parking requirements if you feel like, things are too loose. Yeah, that's totally something that's easily done without setting up some kind of a CEQA review or something like that. Christian, he's the one who's going to be left with the specific plans. I want him to be comfortable with it. So.
And Vice Chair Hauser, I do want to draw your attention to policy 4-I-20.
What page is it, Christian?
It's on page 4-30.
Okay.
And so this policy 4-I-20 was intended to get sort of at what you're describing, which is the commission needs to be able to sort of meter or throttle the availability of parking. This policy puts some thought to that issue in saying, okay, we maintain 15% availability. When we fall below that through some periodic parking assessment, you go through a progression or a hierarchy or a continuum of ratcheting up the parking controls in the neighborhood to get to the point where you're trying to strike that right balance of availability, parking turnover, and the appropriate amount, but not too much parking facilities. And so that was the intent of that policy.
Okay. I'm not feeling 100% good about that, but why not let's punt it to the next one. Why don't you come back with some language clarifications that you think make sense? 4-I-16. I think it would be good if you guys elaborate on what the options are, because right now it says options are, and then it's like only one option. I think for 4-I-18, we should explicitly say that parking reductions must be approved by the Planning Commission, especially if we're going to say the first thing about the exemption, 2,000 gross square foot being exempted. I think for bicycle parking in table 4-5, it should be noted that in-unit parking counts as long-term, so people don't think that they need to buy bike lockers, especially on these small sites.
One thing I would add, Commissioner Hauser, is that in many cities for smaller levels of parking, exemption and so on, typically we leave it at the planning director level and not the commission level. And if it sort of goes beyond that, then it gets kicked up to the commission. So it shouldn't be like an automatic, the moment something, happens, it's like a commission hearing on the subject. So again, it's a progression as to if it's small enough, then you trust the director to take the right decision, on it. Yeah. So if there's a need, we can clarify that level in here as to when it gets kicked up, and we can think of that language as to what that might be before it gets to you. Yeah.
I don't know. What does everybody else think?
Something like that, I'm personally okay with planning director's discretion. But I think that's why we have a commission of 7. There's different people with different passions and backgrounds. So I would more so defer to you, Vice Chair Hauser.
I don't want to be reviewing a bunch of proposed parking reductions either, but I do think 3 per 1,000 is, I've said to the city a bunch of times in different formats that I think we have too much parking currently. So I'm really glad to see that we're reducing these and right sizing the amount of parking. I'd say 4 per 1,000 is a very standard number for eating establishment and offices, and we're already at 3 per 1,000. And we have all of these mixed use designations, and I'm talking about using TDM measures to have shared parking allowed if approved by Planning Commission. I just think that we're going to get to a point where it's really low, and we may want that control. I don't know.
I would guess that the planning director's desire would align with Planning Commission's probably. So I personally don't feel like I need control over that, but I definitely see where you're coming from. And if it's something that provides the flexibility for just on a project by project basis, whatever is necessary, then fine.
You know what?
I have to admit that I didn't completely keep up with the starting point of this discussion as I was trying to catalog some of your other comments. Can you please just summarize again what the foundational issue is here? For what types of parking exceptions are you concerned at setting the right threshold for review?
Yeah, I'm looking at 4-I-18, require on-site parking in accordance with parking standards outlined in Table 4, while allowing flexibility for appropriate reductions in parking requirements where essential to address factors such as lot size and shape. And then it goes on. And I just think that there are so many places here that we're reducing parking. And I know that we don't, currently we have sufficient parking, but we've redesignated all of these lots along Palmetto and a lot of Francisco and Eureka Square to be 30 to 50 dwelling units per acre and 2.5 FAR. That's a lot of development. And I think what's going to happen is at some point, I hope we get all this development. I want to get all this development. At some point, we're going to want control over this parking issue. And I think if we're exempting people out of the first 2,000 square feet of leasable, we're going to be taking some of those $40,000 parking space fees out of our budget. And we may end up in a situation where we can't build the parking structure that we envision. So I don't know. I guess if I'm the only one that feels passionate about it, I'll take it back. But we did really reduce parking over what's currently required, which I'm so psyched about because I want people biking and walking, but we don't have a BART station here. We've got a couple of bus routes. And now we've reduced it to be less than Daly City and less than South San Francisco. I don't know what Pullman's are, but it's not less than what our neighbors say for parking. And so I don't know. That was my stance.
Yeah, I understand. I think there are different formulations of when this issue could arise, and I think that might help influence the right level of review. So certainly if it's a new development coming through, it will be coming to the Planning Commission, and that's within their discretion to opine and to set limitations and allowances and exceptions for parking. I think we need to perhaps add some clarity in the language about what happens to changes of use in existing buildings that might not automatically come to the Planning Commission. And I don't think the commission wants to be in the position where every business that wants to open up has to wait 3 months, best case, to get to the Planning Commission for some sort of small number of parking space exception to be considered. And so I think that's where we may need to expand on this and describe the typical circumstances and then the trigger thresholds appropriate for them so that we're striking that right balance.
That's yeah. Okay. That's what it needs. You nailed it. Okay, that's all I had.
Christian, you want to bring language, back to the commission about it because you probably know this better as to what the situations are and how they arise and what may be appropriate to kick, up to the Planning Commission. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. I think we'll try to retool this policy to get at that issue and then make our recommendation, and the commission can validate if we found the right threshold.
Are there any other comments for chapter 4? Okay, so we are at 11, but Vice Chair Hauser, I think you mentioned that you have some substantial comments on Chapter 5 that you would like addressed and then brought back to us for review.
Yeah, I would really like to if we can make it happen. I think after Chapter 5, everything else is like minor enough that we could either handle it at the next or a red line could be sufficient.
Mm-hmm. Do any other commissioners have substantial comments for Chapter 5? I think mine can hold until next time. No, I think Commissioner Hauser, I think we let you go with your comments right now, and it probably won't take too long.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. Not too quick. So 5-4, I'd like to clarify that for the street trees, it says street trees shall be planted on either side. Let's make that both sides. And then again, irrigation shall be with reclaimed water since it's there. On figure 5-1, we show the 2 gateway signs that we've been contemplating for a long time with the Palmetto Streetscape project. I just would like, and we don't have to do this now, but if staff could look into whether the southern graphic is being shown in the right place. It's on like the Recology parking lot and in front of a small residential lot. I don't know if the intention was to put it in front of the public owned parcel slightly to the north. So if we could just clarify that. Again, I understand that these are more of macro figures. Let's be really clear there. Page 5-9. So 5-I-24 is about community plazas. And I think that this is something that absolutely needs to be clarified in the land use chapter as well. So let's just connect back to it because people are not going to know to look here for this kind of thing. And then 5-I-25, the list of things. So I'm super psyched about this idea that we would give Parkland credit for spaces that are no less than 2,000 square feet. That's great. A lot of places have 6,000 and 10,000, but I understand that we're smaller. So I'm glad we're doing that. Providing a minimum of the 2 elements that are listed, those are not elements that I would typically see in like a Quimby fee or like a this counts as Parkland credit space. So I'm just imagining someone putting in like a bunch of concrete with a bench and an outlet. They should not get credit for that. I think we need to relook at this list. And we could look at, like, for example, Daly City's municipal code gives a 50% credit option for on-site private open space, contiguous 6,000 square feet. And then it gives a list of the types of amenities that it would include. So things like picnic tables, tot lot, like other things that are maybe not as stark as this, we should get those same benefits. 5-I-26, roof terraces. I think we need to just word this in a way where it doesn't conflict with solar all electric goals. So maybe allowing for an additional building height for a projection of like a solar canopy or something like that. That's minor and could be redline. DS3, and I paid a lot of attention to the design standards because they're prescriptive. Awnings or overhangs over all ground floor entrances quality material. I just don't know how that works with the requirement of DS2 on page 5-4, where it says no overhangs lower than 8 feet over the public sidewalks on buildings can exist. And also the idea that we want to have a strong street wall. So it would be great if you guys could just take a quick look and make sure that those 2 policies, DS2 and DS3, don't actually conflict. In DS-5, I think we should just clarify that if we're going to allow encroachments into the public right-of-way, that in no case shall it be beyond the face of curb. And I'm thinking of a lot of the existing structures that are currently having a 0 setback that are grandfathered in with the 5-foot public street sidewalk that we've specified. So I just want to make sure no one adds a 6-foot projection that goes into the roadway. I know we wouldn't do it, but let's just not offer it. DS6, I didn't know what the last sentence was saying about the flowering shrubs and trees planted in the same configuration as the street trees to create a pedestrian colonnade. Figure 5-2 is a section view. So I think maybe if you show a plan view, that will be more clear, because I honestly don't know what that sentence means. DS7, I think we should change or to and, porch and recess. And then I don't understand why we have a maximum for stoops. Why is 42 inches the maximum? Especially when we're allowing up to 4 foot of finished floor height. Maybe that's something that can just be clarified in time for the next hearing. I don't need answers to this. I also don't know what the last bullet point under DS7 means. I think it needs to be reworded to be more clear. I couldn't put together what that was asking for in my head. Figure 5-3 is inconsistent with what we've prescribed in the design standards. 18-foot minimum floor to floor is not what we've asked for. We asked for a 15-foot minimum floor to floor in several standards. And I think this happens somewhere else, but we absolutely should stick to the 15. I don't know how it's attainable on a small mixed use building to have 30 risers and a landing. It's not going to work. DS9, this is again another one where it should be changed to 15. So for the 40-foot depth, that seems overly prescriptive, especially if we're going to have potentially a street on some of these lots. I'm looking at the lot that like John the sign guy is on, and that's just a 40-foot deep lot. So if you encompass the 5-foot minimum setback, and let's say they have a 10-foot setback because that's what they opt to do, I don't know how they're going to get a 40-foot deep ground floor commercial space. So maybe there's some language added about lot size constraints. Stop me if any of this needs more clarification, or if any.
No, that's fine. You can say minimum of 40 feet or lot depth,
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. That's just language. On page 5-16, 5-I-42, primary building entries. I think we need to resolve the idea of the projection that we're asking for. Again, this is like, let's resolve the projection with the strong street wall and build-to line and the 8-foot clear to canopy. So again, let's just make sure that we've got the design right. On 5-I-52, I think siding, if we're going to discourage stucco, that's fine, but siding needs to be included as a durable material that will last, that's consistent with a lot of the materials that are already in this neighborhood and fit our historic design guidelines. 5-I-53 is about color changes. So you have separated by a significant architecturally integrated feature. Let's add or reveal there. I don't want people to have to over design something just because they're changing colors. I have some questions that I can just reserve to the next time. It's not, I'll send it in my red line, maybe just be prepared to speak to it at the next time, but I don't want to belabor this. Okay, table 5-1. We have a minimum lot width for both MUC and MUN of 50 feet. And we have a lot of lots that I'm not sure meet these minimums. So are we envisioning that we only allow people to build if they accomplish an assemblage?
Yeah.
No.
No?
I think these would be the minimum standards for new lots to be created. And certainly, I think we're looking for incentives to achieve lot assembly, but recognizing that a number of these lots are not currently 50 feet and need to have provision to be developed. I think similar to the current zoning standards, there's a minimum 50-foot lot width for the R1 zoning district, for example, but you're not disallowed from developing. And so perhaps we need to provide that clarity and explain what happens when a lot is not 50 feet. Is there some disincentive that would encourage lot consolidation, for example?
Okay, let me just add that to my notes so that you have that one. Okay, again, we talked about the minimum ground floor height, which is 15 here, but 18 in the other places. So let's make it 15 like it is here. Building form, facade articulation depth, a minimum of 4 inches. That's gonna look like, it's just gonna look terrible. 4 inches is totally insufficient. So I don't think that there's a problem with like having, I'm not saying we need to have like 3 feet of articulation or anything crazy, but like 12 inches is what screams normal to me, and 8 inches is like the absolute minimum. But we have a new building that just developed in Rockaway that looks like it has some of these 4-inch articulation depths, and it looks like a storage building. So I think we need to really think about that. Minimum usable open space. This is a big one. I think we need to separate out a requirement for both private and common open space to be consistent with best practices. The idea of 40 square feet of open space per unit, I mean, that's like it's like a powder room. So I think that we should be asking for a certain amount. I mean, maybe it's 40 feet of private open space, but then there needs to be common open space that bolsters that. I've never seen a development standard this low anywhere.
I think the intention here was that it would be aggregated for the number of units, but I think we need to add that clarification. One challenge, and I'll just share from experience applying the city's what are known as clustered housing standards. It has minimum private and minimum common usable open space standards. It gets very difficult to achieve those on a lot of sites. And recognizing the planning area has a lot of small lots and a lot of constraints, I don't know if we should necessarily go for both. But that's really up to the commission's discretion. But I think we should certainly clarify that they can't be in segregated small areas potentially, or try to strive to combine them into a larger, more usable space, which I think is your preference.
Yeah, I mean, I think that especially it depends on your product. If you're building apartments, then they should probably have decks. I mean, sorry, I was going to say that if you're building apartments, I could see how you wouldn't need private open space, but I can't imagine why there's any product type that we would allow in this area that wouldn't have a private deck. It could be a second, it could be above ground to have some sort of private open space, or at least a certain percentage of units need to have a private open space. But, we don't want people living like that. And I believe, if I'm remembering the code correctly, currently multifamily has a 400 per square foot requirement. So I understand maybe going to 100, but 40 is nutty.
And so are you saying that you think that the plan needs both and to try to provide like a common open space area as well as some private open space that's larger than 40 square feet?
Yeah, I mean, I think that you can have both, or you can make it flexible where if you're not going to provide a private open space, then you have to provide a certain amount of additional common open space to bolster the total. But I mean, we want people to want to live here and not live here because I mean, especially I'm thinking about like affordable housing too. Like you don't want to, I just think we want to be up to best practices and consistent with what other cities do.
Yeah, so typically, when lots are bigger, we specify like at least 50% of the units shall have a balcony or outdoor terrace or something like that of a minimum size, and then we have a common open space requirement. We just have really small sites here, and I just like really, I just want to be sure at the end of the day, these things are feasible, between the parking and the open space and everything, yeah, and the densities, yeah.
And that's fine. I almost every city that I've worked in requires a patio, deck, or some sort of private open space of 60 feet minimum with a 6-foot dimension minimum in one direction. And I don't think that that's a hard thing to put on a unit, right? You're putting a 60 square foot balcony. It's not very big. And those codes usually also include common. So I'm not saying we have to do one or the other, but I just think it needs to be looked at and thought through for more about the livability and enjoyment. Figure 5.9, just let's update the minimum setback to 5 feet to be consistent with what we've prescribed in the other areas. And then in figure 5.10, the rear step backs, I think that is intended to say 5-20 feet to match table 5.2 instead of 5 to 25 feet. And that's it. That's all I have.
Any other comments?
Christian, I hope you got all that. There was quite a list. And I wonder if, Commissioner Hauser, you have those written down and you don't mind emailing those too. Christian, so we should be sure to get it right, yeah.
I got most of them, and we always have the trustee video.
I know Christian is very good. He's like the top 5% of our clients who gets it all down, but I just still want to be sure, yeah.
I just didn't want to have us here till midnight, so I sped through.
All right. Well, I guess if there's no other questions, either commission to staff or staff to commission, I think this is a good stopping point, and we would adjourn and continue this item likely to July 18th regular meeting. That's a regular meeting. Ms. Sharma, I don't know if you're still here. Hi. So are there any other items that we need to coordinate as a commission before the July 18th meeting on this meeting?
Just want to be clear that it's continued to a date certain of July 18th. Is that correct, Chair Berman?
Yes, continue to a date certain, July 18th.
And Chair, when you say to what else we need to coordinate in order to adjourn, that would be it.
Yeah, and just making sure that we could continue the item to that date. Yep. Vice Chair Hauser.
Do we need a motion to continue the item?
Oh, yeah. See, there we go. I knew there was something. Yes, yes, it would be great if there was commission consensus and then a vote.
Do you have a motion, Vice Chair? There you go.
Yeah, I'm assuming we have consensus. Someone like wave their hand wildly. I'd like to make a motion to continue this item to the date of July 18th.
We have a motion. Is there a second? Commissioner Domerat.
Second.
Motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Chair Berman.
Yes.
Commissioner Domerat.
Yes.
Commissioner Godwin.
Yes.
Vice Chair Hauser.
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously.
right. And can we have a motion to adjourn?
I want to stay here forever.
Sure. I'll see you on the 18th. Bye. Motion to adjourn. Vice Chair Hauser.
I'll motion to adjourn the meeting.
Do we have a second?
I'll motion to second. No second. I won't motion to second. See what happens after 11 o'clock?
I don't know. I'm already a pumpkin. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Chair Berman,
Yes.
Commissioner Domerat,
Yes.
Commissioner Godwin,
Yes.
Chair Hauser, or Vice Chair
Yes.
Hauser.
Yes.
The motion
All
passes
right.
unanimously.
And one last item before we adjourn, we leave. Anyone aggrieved by the action of the Planning Commission has 10 calendar days to appeal the decision in writing to the City Council. If any of the above actions are challenged in court, issues which may be raised are limited to those raised at the public hearing or in written correspondence delivered to the city at or prior to public hearing. Judicial review of any city administrative decision may be had only if a petition is filed with the court no later than the 90th day following the date upon which the decision becomes final. Judicial review of environmental determinations may be subject to a shorter time period for litigation. In certain cases, 30 days following the date of final decision. All right, and we're adjourned. Have a good night, everyone.
Good night.